We are on the record in case number 2024-00337, electronic application of wood duct solar for a certificate of construction for an approximately 100 megawatt merchant electric solar generating facility and non-regulated transmission line in Barron County, Kentucky. My name is Angie Hatton. I'm chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission, which means that I also serve as chair of the Kentucky State Board on Electric Generation and Transmission Siting. I'll be presiding today. I'm joined by Commissioner Mary Pat Regan, Commissioner Andrew Wood, in person by Jansen Hammock, who is the proxy for the Secretary of the Economic Development Cabinet, and then joining us online is John Lyons, who is Deputy Secretary of Energy Environment Cabinet, and he serves as proxy for the Secretary of that Cabinet on our siting board cases. We also have a local ad hoc commissioner who's joined us online, and he is Tommy Gum, who is statutorily required to serve since Barron County has a Planning and Zoning Commission. He serves on the ad hoc board. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear us okay, Mr. Gum?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay.
I was having a little bit difficulty with my camera, but we've got it
Okay.
under control.
All right. And I can hear you too, and we just now got started, so you're not late at all. But go ahead and put it on mute until you have a question. There you go. And if anyone has a cell phone with you, please set it to silent or turn it off. And at this time, we will take entry of appearance of counsel for the applicant.
Yes, good afternoon to the board. Gregory Dutton from Frost Run Todd on behalf of the applicant, and I have with me today Catherine Eckert.
Okay, and would you tell us who your witnesses are?
Yes, we have today Aaron Garzik, Aaron Caudle, Steve Hazel, Chad Martin, Rich Kirkland, and Dr. Paul Coombs.
Okay. And for staff?
Mariah Tussey and Nicole Carr.
I've been advised that public notice has been given and filed into the record. Is that correct?
Yes.
Any outstanding motions at this time?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. All right, so let's move to the public comment portion. I don't see anyone waiting to give public comment online, and I've not been told that there are any who signed up to give public comment online. But I'm assuming there are some people in the audience who have driven to Frankfort today for the purpose of giving public comment. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for caring enough to drive all this way. And we're going to make sure that everybody who wanted to gets a chance to talk. Before we get started, I'll note that comments may always be submitted on PSC's website at psc.ky.gov. And I think, would you raise your hand if you came to speak so I can get an idea of how many we've got? Okay, we can do full 7 minutes. Okay, I'm not going to limit your time to any shorter time period than you would have gotten in a regular public comment hearing. We usually do 7 minutes apiece, so that's the least you're going to get for driving to Frankfort today. Full 7 minutes. I only see about 8 or 10 that wanted to comment. So I'll ask you just to approach the microphone, and then when whoever wants to go first, and we're just going to do this orderly. There are always strong emotions in cases like this, and I just ask that everyone be respectful, not talk when someone else is talking, and I won't let them talk while you're talking. And we're going to conduct ourselves as ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to absolutely get a chance to say what we need to say today and get that into the public record. It'll be part of the case record, as were the public comments that we had in Barron County as well. Okay, and we're here to listen. We're not going to be able to respond to you directly. For those of you who came out to the public comment hearing in your county, you already know those rules, but we can't respond directly to you. But when you ask a question, it may well make it into the questions that we ask the applicants. Okay, and when you speak, please provide your name and address prior to your questions and comments, and then I'll begin the 7 minutes. So whoever wants to go first, step right up to the mic. Thank you, ma'am. Tell us your full name and address, please.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Gwen Idala. My address that I'm concerned about with this project is 1595 Park City Bon Air Road in Park City, Kentucky. I am the owner of that property. I also reside at 3259 Park City Bon Air Road, Park City, Kentucky, which is also neighboring a nearby solar farm. But the one at 1595 is adjacent directly. The solar field will be directly behind that property. That property is an Airbnb for me. As you have heard with this project, we are close to Mammoth Cave National Park. So my property stays rented regularly with clients looking for a serene environment, wildlife, and they are there 7 days a week. And I'm gonna have to disclose on my business, on the top line of my description, that if this goes through, that there will be construction, which you guys are proposing 7 days a week, only 6 of those pile driving. So that is why I'm here to speak today. I first would like to say that I have children, and I believe that green energy is part of our future for all children. It's necessary. I lived in New York for 5 years. We had solar farms there, but what makes it different is they were in isolated areas and not in the manner that is suggested for this project. With this project, the number of non-participating residents outweighs significantly the number of participating. And I think that's what makes this different. I do not oppose solar. I just don't think that this is the right plan. I would like to say that I want you to consider that the information that you are basing your decision on may not be complete and accurate. For example, the noise receptor map that was submitted by Genex does not accurately reflect my property at 1595 Park City Bon Air Road. I did submit that, and it was added to your public comments. Just last week, they submitted an update, and I thought they would be updating to include my property, but they did not. I also would like to say that the participating, non-participating map also is misleading because my property is not outlined in yellow, which is the color for non-participating. If those two things are true for my property, I can't speak to other properties surrounding the project, but you have to consider, is the information you're receiving completely accurate? I have concerns about their responses to the consultant's report. Many of their responses say the recommendation is redundant with the complaint resolution program. The recommendation is objective and its implementation requires applicant to communicate with third parties. I'm a third party. I've never been asked to communicate. There is an assumption. It says that the third party may not want to communicate with them. I've been there for 3 years. No one has reached out. So I think that's an assumption that should not be considered. I believe that the recommendations of the consultant are for the benefit of the non-participants, and most of their responses were that they did not want you to follow those recommendations. And I think that that is bad for the non-participants, and I just worry about that. The history, I am also concerned that their resolution program may be handled the way that they handled the responses to public comment that happened in 2024 when we met with them at Cave City. We were told we would get answers. I submitted a question. I asked the question there. I was told that there was not anyone that could answer that. Put it on a piece of a notepad, and they would call me back. 2 months later, I'd still not received anything, despite trying to reach out to them by email and by phone. Finally, I CC'd you guys, and I got a response the next day. And that response was, we are just the early stage developer, and that we will sell this asset to another company who will be the company that is going to be implementing the project and building the solar farm. So I have concern about that. I don't know how this works. I'm just a resident that's gonna be surrounded by solar panels. But I worry that anything that they tell you they're gonna do, how does that translate to the company that they sell their asset to? Is there anything that says that all of the recommendations that you guys have for them has to carry on to the next owner of the project? That's my concern. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay. And whoever wants to go next, just make your way to the microphone.
My name is David Hawkins. I live at 190 Cane Run Cemetery Road in Munfordville in Hart County. But I own property that has 4,875 linear feet of boundary with the proposed project in Barron County. And I have lived in Barron County. I have worked as a CPA and banker in Barron County for nearly 50 years. So I think I understand Barron County. Thank you for another opportunity to express my opposition to Wood Duck Solar's 2,300-acre solar project proposed for Barron County. I'm a neighboring property owner and have previously spoken and written about the many flaws and deficiencies in their plans. I appreciate that you have a forum for public comments and trust that each of you has read and considered the voluminous and factual volume of material submitted in opposition to this proposal. Please give careful consideration to the following questions. And each thing I'm about to say is prefaced by this question, which is why would you vote to approve this project when? When inadequate notice was given to the public concerning the action being considered by the Joint City-County Planning Commission at their August 2018 meeting where, at the behest of GNEX, Wood Duck's parent company, the setback requirements in state law were reduced from 1,000 feet to 50 feet in JCCPC regulations. The notice referenced the text amendment to the Barron County subdivision regulations for alternative energy regulations. There was no mention of setbacks or solar farms to alert the public of the true nature of the action being contemplated. There was no one that spoke for or against the proposal and it passed unanimously. This was the genesis of the issue before us today. On October 26, 2023, an influence payment of $10,000 was made by GNEX to the nonprofit organization, the Barron County Judge Executive Jamie Berg. Less than 60 days later, the JCCPC had GNEX and Wood Duck requesting and obtaining action from the Joint City-County Planning Commission. On December 18, 2023, JCCPC met to consider a pre-construction variance application. This was how the notice was typed. Again, the public was subjected to an inadequate and deceptive notice about the contemplated actions. The identity, nature, and scope of the project is not mentioned in the public notice. There was no mention of a development plan being considered. After approving the variance request for Wood Duck, the JCCPC took up the development plan for the Wood Duck Solar Project and allowed Wood Duck representatives to make an extensive presentation about the solar farm. Because of the inadequate and deceptive notice, there was no one to speak to the project's many deficiencies. JCCPC members asked 4 less than probing questions and then approved the development plan. There was no discussion about the project's impact on property value, the Amish community, quality of life issues for neighboring communities, risk to Mammoth Cave, fire or storm risk from the solar panels, or the need to be transparent with Barron County citizens. There was no investigation into the purported economic benefits of the project, just a preordained outcome without citizen input. Why would you vote to approve the project when the Harvey Economic Report states that overall the economic impacts of the Wood Duck Solar Facility represent a positive, albeit small, contribution to the region? Why risk damage to the citizens of Barron County and risk pollution to Mammoth Cave for a, quote, small economic benefit? Why would you vote to approve when Wood Duck is a shell company and has not demonstrated the financial wherewithal to complete a $130 million project to post a large decommissioning bond? Their structure is designed to limit liability, and if you approve their project, your approval will likely be the chief asset to be sold to another entity. Why would you approve when the Harvey Economics report also says the Barron County Judge Executive and the Property Valuation Administrator are uncertain about the potential impacts on property values from the Wood Duck project? Why subject Barron Countyans to risk that their property values and liquidity will decline because of this scattered site, 2,300-acre solar farm? Why would you vote to approve after learning the true nature of the project? Hundreds of citizens, we think at least 575, have through public meetings, petitions, and other means made known their opposition to the Wood Duck project. The public comment record has documented the damaging impacts of the project. Why would you approve when the water lines serving the project area lack sufficient capacity to supply firefighters enough water to fight a solar fire? Why would you approve when protections for the Indiana bat have not been addressed? I submitted a map showing that this was a swarming area for them. Neither is there any protection for the Kentucky cave shrimp if, because of fire or storm, toxins from solar panels are leaked into the Mammoth Cave watershed. Why would you vote to approve when the Amish community suffers severe negative impacts from this solar project? Why would you vote to approve when the negative impacts to wildlife and bird migrations has not been studied? This was a primary concern for JCCPC, and there are 4 questions that involve that. Wetlands preservation has not been adequately addressed. There's no definitive answer about the amount of inadequate decommissioning security. Why would you vote to approve when Mammoth Cave is a national treasure and Wood Duck's plan is to allow water from the project to flow to the cave without filtering and testing for shards and toxins? Why would you vote to approve on May 2025, Barron County Fiscal Court passed ordinance number 695 that established a minimum setback requirement of 1,000 feet for any non-participating property line applicable to utility scale solar energy projects. This represents a tacit admission that changing the setback requirements on August 20, 2018 for GeneX was a mistake. By this action, Barron County Fiscal Court has spoken clearly against solar projects that are designed like the pending Wood Duck project. Unfortunately, Wood Duck has been grandfathered in. You have the power to deny the application and implement the spirit of the ordinance passed by Fiscal Court on May 20th of this year.
Your time is up, but I'll allow you to wrap up real quick.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and please consider the totality of all the project's deficiencies as you deliberate the primary question, which is, does this project contribute materially to the quality of life for Barron County citizens? The answer is obvious. It is no.
Thank you, sir. Bless you. Go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Paula Pettigo. I'm a landowner in Barron County on a small farm. Brought a couple of exhibits to share with you today.
Address, please.
Oh, my address, 1615 Painleaf Road, Smith Grove, Kentucky, 42171. My first exhibit is a picture of the $10,000 check that was given to our county judge executive 6 weeks before the project was approved, as Mr. Hawkins just referenced to. No, Kelly Pope is no longer with us, but Aaron Caudell is as well, and he is sitting here in the audience today. And we also put the note on here when the project was approved. It's approximately 6 months. $10,000 was the largest known donation that they made in Barron County. I'll leave that with you. Mr. Hawkins also referenced the water lines, and I also know if you read the letters that were submitted, I believe Connie Williams addressed fire issues in her letter. This is a map that you can clearly see. Little Sinking Creek, which is a WOTUS, goes all the way through the project area. This goes from the beginning of the project to the very end. On the bottom is the notation of the water lines. Our county policy states any commercial property has to have a 6-inch water line, and these are, as you know, Once they are sold on the commercial market, it becomes a commercial public utility. Therefore, they need a 6-inch water line. We, as the community, are concerned with the 10-foot setbacks and where the fire is going, if there's a fire, how close it's going to be to other structures and other property, as well as crops and animals. This is an agricultural area. So I'd like you to take a look at this map. We'll leave it with you. Also shows the fire extinguisher or the fire hydrants, most of which are placebos because they will not support the water pressure. If we learned anything from Los Angeles a few months ago, we should be paying really close attention to this map. My second exhibit is a map produced by Mammoth Cave, which also will show you a little sinking creek, has lots of little red arrows, shows you where it flows directly into Mammoth Cave. It's the second largest spring in the cave, and from there it goes to Green River. This is a major concern for Mammoth Cave with the threat of toxins from batteries, or also from any toxins, which as you have multiple letters that have been filed that's related to toxins from rust, from the leakage and from the leaks and the leakage of the toxic solar panels. So I'll leave this with you as well. I also have for your a copy of an article that was in the Bowling Green paper yesterday that's dealing with several issues related to this project. And I'll present that to you as the time comes. But I wanted to talk about public participation and the fact that we've not had any. Mr. Hawkins alluded to quite a bit of the lack of participation, but we know the KRS requires that a developer has 2 meetings. And it says you must have the 2 meetings before you submit an application. Now, while it doesn't specifically say submit it to the Public Service Commission, in our case, they submitted it to our local planning commission without holding any meetings with the public. The meetings that they held were after the application was approved by our local planning commission. I don't believe that's following the spirit of the law, not to have involvement from the community. Wood Duck has presented a list of activities, most of which were taking landowners and participants to North Carolina to see their exhibits, but it was not dealing with the community and the folks that are going to be impacted. I'm also presenting to you today 575 signatures on petitions from the community. And I ask that you consider each of these signatures as a letter. This petition was approved by the PSC Legal Department. It includes a place where you list the date that you learned about this project. And when you look at this, you will see the public did not know about the project. It also allows each participant to identify their concerns, whether it's an environmental concern, a zoning concern, health concerns. There's 6 different categories, and each person got to personally select what applies to them and what their concerns are on this project, as well as dating it and providing their address. So these 557 signatures should count heavily from the community as to how we feel about this project. I'm also submitting to you a copy of the letter from the Amish. This was submitted to the Public Service Commission several months ago, has never been posted on the website. I'm not sure why. We have 2 letters. One letter has 100 signatures. The second letter has 57 signatures from the Amish community. I realize that somewhere in the filings that's been done, they were told to reach out to the Amish community. I think it's a little bit too late. It's a little bit too late to go back and say, oh, gee, what are your concerns? So we ask that you deny this project based on some of those for that as well. So we go back to the Wood Ducks list of their activities, taking people on a trip, making donations. I'm sorry, that's not public participation. We had none. And you will see that when you look at these surveys and the petitions that are presented to you. The second point I want to make, there's 2 petitions on here, and they're labeled Bent Creek Road. Bent Creek Road is the neighborhood in the Bonnier community. It is less than 600 feet from the new transformer location. We walked that road. We have 28 signatures from that road. I think there's only like 20 houses on there. No one knew about the project. No one reached out to them and talked to them about this project. It's in their back door, literally in their back door, and they didn't know. How can you possibly approve this project? Also, I'm presenting to you today approximately 11 letters, additional letters that are from landowners, adjoining landowners, and every letter states they did not know about the project. So how can we sit here and believe that there was any sort of planning and community involvement with this project? And there's multiple letters on file. There's over 100 letters on file, I believe, and most of them state they did not know about the project. Previously, I submitted a stack of letters, which again, they've not been added to the website. I'm not sure why. 52 letters that were hand-delivered to our county judge executive from landowners asking her to please take a stand against the project. They were opposed. They wanted her to try to do something. She hasn't done a whole lot. Perhaps this picture is the reason why.
1 minute.
So I believe that, approving this project, I would see it as gross negligence on behalf of this commission, and I hope that you will not do that. I also understand you've only denied one project in the history of the solar projects. That's my understanding from Ms. Bridwell. Let this be number 2. Let this be the second one where you have courage and you stand boldly for the community and the folks that have voiced their opinions and worked very diligently to present information. We also ask that the consultant review the letters and all the documentation that has been submitted. I know I've submitted multiple journal studies on the toxins, multiple studies on fire hazards, and I'm not quite sure that those have been read and included. So I respectfully ask that you and Tommy Gum, if you're listening, he's already blocked himself out, we can't see him. Tommy's voted for the project twice, but we're asking him to please listen to the community, look at the signatures, look at the people. It's nonpartisan. Lots of folks have spoken up, put their name on the line and said, no, this is not what we want in our community. We have concerns and it's not good for our agricultural area. So I believe our community has spoken. It's not a project that we want here in Barron County. So we ask that, and we don't want to be a sacrifice zone. There's a lot of research on the sacrifice zones and how these types of companies target certain areas and why they target these areas. It's very interesting. It's under the environmental justice concept. I ask you to look into that. So, we don't want our land to suffer. We don't want our community to suffer based on these green millionaires who's going to take it and roll it. So we ask that you not abandon our lands or pollute our waters or endanger our health and poison our babies. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have these surveys, I can bring them to you, or what's your preference?
If they're not already in the record,
They're not.
Okay.
Not all of them.
I'll ask the staff just to meet you right there and take anything that you want to submit.
Merry Christmas.
Okay, and whoever wants to go next. Tell us your full name and address, please, sir.
Freddie Joe Wilkerson, 534 North Lucas Road, Glasgow, Kentucky, 42141. Good afternoon. I stated my name. I was born and raised in Barron County. I'm not directly impacted by the project. I'm here to speak for those who can't speak for themselves for whatever reason. I do appreciate you allowing we the people to have a voice. 7 minutes. Harvard President Edward Everett spoke at Gettysburg. President Lincoln followed. President Lincoln's Gettysburg address was 2 minutes. Everett's was 2 hours. So you don't have to have a lot of time when you speak from the heart. And that's what I do. I do not believe that the government should tell a man or woman what to do with their land, as long as it's legal, ethical, and moral. I believe that with my heart. I fully understand why folks would consider this project for their land. I can't say that I don't. My concerns, I've talked to folks and I have observed the process. I'm not convinced the process has allowed citizens to fully understand what's going on or the impact. You've heard some more direct things, but I'm concerned about that stinking creek. That stinking creek that runs through the land and ends up at Mammoth Cave. And the possibilities of contamination. Concerned about the water lines and the ability for our fire departments, if there is a fire, which by the way will be serviced by volunteer fire departments. Those folks do a great job, absolutely. But they're volunteers and they have a harder job, and so water issues or enough water on site will only, not on site, will only make things worse for those guys. Glasgow Water Company, the last I spoke to them, they're not tracking this upgrade, and they're not tracking the cost. And somebody's going to have to pay for that. That's going to be pretty expensive. Whatever the outcome of this project is, I sincerely ask you to address where the miscommunication may have been. We are looking for someone to be held accountable. We're asking that changes be made to the process so it's done fairly for everyone. And I'm talking about the owners and the folks that are opposed. It's not fair for the owners to lose a project because the system failed them. It's not fair for folks that are concerned about it if they weren't given ample time to address. So that's where we're at. Thanks again for the opportunity given to everyone today.
Thank you, sir. Do we have someone else, anyone else who wants to speak? Thank you, sir. Full name and address.
My name is Robert Snee, and I live at 685 Coon Creek Road, Glasgow, Kentucky. I've only been a resident, this coming December, I'll be a resident of Kentucky for 4 years. And I first learned about this project back in February of this year, the day of the public meeting, informational meeting that was held in Cave City, which I attended that night. I had some questions about the program that I asked of the people there. One of the things that concerned me was they had maps showing where the program was, but they didn't have any pictures or anything identifying what the actual solar panels looked like. Many of the questions I had that evening went unanswered. They didn't have sufficient people there who could describe to me or tell me what the components were, what the risk of contamination was from those panels. What I've learned since then, investigating solar panels and solar farms, is the industry recognizes that over a 30-year period, contamination from these panels is inevitable. We live in an area where the weather, from tornadoes to hailstorms, are going to damage those panels. The likelihood of damaging them in the next 40 years is very real. It's not just a hypothetical situation. And that concerns me about the water in the area and damaging Mammoth Cave. Common sense tells me that this is a project that might be the right time, but it's definitely in the wrong place. Before I moved, I lived in Oregon before moving to Kentucky. And about 5 years ago, the party in control tried to pass a cap and trade to limit the damage to climate change from carbon emissions in Oregon. Yet Oregon's contribution to carbon, the U.S. total contribution from carbon to the U.S. is less than 1%. So how is reducing less than 1% of total carbon realistically, with the possibility of damaging both agricultural and forest industry jobs, how is that going to benefit the world climate change issue? It doesn't. Common sense tells you that it's like pulling a bucket of water out of the ocean. This project here doesn't make sense for Kentucky, it doesn't make sense for Barron County, and it just doesn't make sense for the residents of Barron County who aren't going to get any potential physical or financial benefit from that program. They're going to suffer financial losses from loss of value of their property. Businesses who have Airbnbs are going to have downfall of customers that are going to want to come because their property is no longer in a scenic area. One other thing I was looking at is the cost of decommissioning and the bond on that. To me, this project is a 40-year project, and decommission is not going to take place until 40 years from now. According to the application, they're looking at, after salvage costs, the total cost of decommissioning being $4.9 million. Well, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index, I have to spend $3 today for what I could buy for $1 in 1985. So $5 million today is going to cost $15 million 40 years from now to accomplish the same thing. So if the project is approved, I would suggest that the bond needs to be an amount that takes into account the cost of inflation, because bonds themselves do not increase in value by inflation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. Tell us your full name and address, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Gerald Burks. I live at 1029 Seascape Lane in Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. When I was first approached about the wood duct project, I was very skeptical. I started conducting research and reviews of information concerning the topic of solar farm generation of electricity. I had many of the same concerns as expressed by those who opposed the project. Never did I want to become involved in a project that would potentially present a hazardous environment for my family or neighbors. After reviewing scientific research and documents, it became apparent that solar farms do not pose a health risk to man. My family farm has been dedicated to agricultural production for over a century, and I hold agriculture to be the greatest industry in the world to provide mankind with the essentials for survival, that being food, clothing, and shelter. After analyzing the situation, I felt my farm could best serve the county and its residents by converting the farm into solar energy production. According to the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, in 2023, 40% of all U.S. corn production was used to produce ethanol. An acre of solar power can produce 70 times as much energy as an acre's worth of corn that's converted into ethanol. With this in mind, by converting my farm's production as a solar farm, the county and all the residents thereof would benefit. The U.S. Energy Information Administration recently reported that the lower 48 states experienced the greatest demand in history on July the 28th of this year, with a peak usage of 758,000 megawatts, and then the very next day, on July the 29th, the demand was the highest ever at 759,000 megawatts. So the U.S. and global demand for electrical energy is increasing annually. The Energy Information Administration also reported that Kentucky is an energy deficient state, with 6% of its energy being imported from other states. An analysis conducted by the energy consulting firm of ICF shows that U.S. demand for electricity will increase by 25% by year 2030 and by 78% by 2050 as compared to that usage of 2023. This increase in demand cannot be filled by using petroleum and natural gas, as these resources are mainly consumed for transportation purposes and space heating, being residential and commercial buildings. Coal is not the answer. Since 2020, U.S. electricity generated from coal has decreased over 50 gigawatts. Economics is driving this train because all the easily accessible coal has been consumed, and mining companies are having to go to much deeper sources, causing the price of coal to escalate, making it less competitive in the energy market. Conventional sources of energy are becoming less advantageous due to the economic law of supply and demand. Due to technological advances in the past few years, alternative energy sources, that being solar and wind, are now cost-effective to fulfill the energy gap. According to the U.S. Department of Energy, solar energy is the most abundant energy resource on Earth. It is predicted that by 2030, solar energy will be the cheapest electrical source across the United States. With any new developments, there are those individuals who oppose the projects. Wood Duct project is no different, as it has opponents of this renewable energy source. They spew misleading false science, never using research-based information to stir up local opposition to the project. They use scare tactics with misleading information and inaccurate risk assessments, hoping to get their friends and neighbors to oppose solar-generated electricity. Why would anyone using electricity every day in their homes and businesses oppose the generation of electricity? I consider this hypocritical. I have attended hearing meetings and listened to their rhetoric as they claim the environment will become contaminated due to hazardous chemicals in the solar panels. They claim that cadmium will leach into the groundwater due to rain runoff from the panels. The cadmium used in the panels is in the chemical form of cadmium telluride in a layer that is 3% the thickness of a human hair and totally encapsulated between two sheets of heat-strengthened glass, preventing leaching of the compound. Solar panels are non-hazardous according to the EPA's toxicity characteristics leaching procedure, which indicates leaching of toxic chemicals does not occur. The cadmium telluride that's used is not water-soluble and is stable in nature. Due to passing the toxicity leaching test, solar panels are classified as non-hazardous waste and can be properly disposed in landfills. The North Carolina Clean Energy Technology Center at North Carolina University reports that photovoltaic technologies and solar inverters are not known to pose any significant health dangers to humans. By replacing energy produced by solar farms with that of fossil fuel-fired generated sources, greater reduction in pollution from harmful sulfur dioxide,
You have 1
nitrogen
minute.
dioxide, and small particulate matter. The National Renewable Energy Laboratory and the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, which are both affiliates of the U.S. Department of Energy, estimates the health-related air quality benefits from solar-powered energy is worth more than the electricity itself. My fellow opponents claim fire is a big issue with solar panels and that leaking of compounds is a potential hazard. Research by North Carolina University has shown that in cases of a fire, the fire melts the glass and encapsulates over 99.9% of the cadmium in the molten glass. Another concern of my opponents is that people will get cancer from the electromagnetic fields produced by solar farms. In 2005, scientific experts in the World Health Organization determined that there were no substance health issues related to solar farms. Radiation emitted from solar farms is non-ionizing and not capable of producing cancer. The Department of Surgery at the University of Kentucky College of Medicine conducted a study exploring relationships between cancer and solar energy. They found that cancer incidence for all invasive cancers and for 11 of 22 leading cancers significantly decreased with the increase of solar radiation. So as a result of these findings, it's apparent that electricity generated by solar farms will become the major source of renewable energy as the demand for clean energy increases. And this is why I totally endorse the Wood Duck project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hello there. Just tell us your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Sebastian, and I live at 155 Chenault Road in Lexington, Kentucky. Thank you, members of the board, for being here and taking public comment. I appreciate your time. I'm not a landowner. I'm here because I'm passionate about the future of my state's energy economy. Kentucky has vital economic momentum upon which we can build. We do not have time to waste. Solar farms are popping up across the nation. They're bringing more money, more energy, more jobs, and more opportunity with them. Barron County residents and Kentucky as a whole deserve a future of abundance. There is growth in solar industry jobs. The Department of Energy reports that clean energy jobs are growing at twice the rate of overall employment. There's demand for what solar supplies. As others mentioned, electricity demand is growing nationally and at a rapid rate. There is an investor with money and a plan. Wood Duck Solar is prepared to commit more money to Barron County in one project than what a full year of tourist spending makes in the county. As an added bonus, solar will help to improve the health of Kentucky's residents. A Commonwealth Fund study recently found that Kentucky has the second highest number of negative health outcomes from the electricity we generate. In practice, this means more kids with asthma, more lung cancer, and more untimely death in our state. Cleaner energy means cleaner air, which equals less people who get sick and die. It's as simple as that. Solar farms are safe for the environment. This project is not a choice between economic growth and environmental sustainability. We can have both This project gives us both. Do not fall victim to logical paralysis. If you overactively apply environmental regulations to sequester projects which will help us attain our environmental goals, then you put our future growth in jeopardy. People ought to be able to do what they want with their land. As profitability becomes more elusive for small farms, solar leases provide a viable route to keep land in the hands of families. On this day, you, the Commission, will shape our future. I ask you to look to your options today and think what will bring abundance and good to the people of Barron County, our state, and our nation. I ask you to vote yes to support the future of Barron County and Kentucky as a whole. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, did he say his last name?
Giroli, G-E-R-O-L-I.
Any further comments?
Are rebuttals allowed?
I'm sorry?
I said, are rebuttals
Oh,
allowed?
I learned my lesson a few hearings ago when I started, let someone else just had one more thing to say and I let them get up and then everybody else wanted to rebut. And, yeah, this has been a very participatory group of people. We've gotten to hear from an awful lot of you and I'm always happy to see that. But you,
When will you close the submission of written comments?
on the day that we issue our order. Yeah, so you can still submit written up until then. All right. I don't see any others coming forward. I'm going to give it another 30 seconds or so here to make sure that no one else drove up here and chickened out and wants to do it, though. All right. I don't see any further public comments. You can still always submit on our website at psc.ky.gov and let the record show that the public comments by virtual participation directions have been posted on our website for at least the past day. And with that, we will move on to presentation of evidence. And before the applicant calls their first witness, I'll just say you're more than welcome to remain. Just make sure and be respectful so that we can hear the testimony. Okay? Please call your first witness, sir.
Thank you. First witness is Aaron Garzik. Your Honor, can we have a quick 2-minute break before we begin with this witness?
Sure. Let's make it 10, and then we won't have to take another break for a couple hours.
That sounds great. Thank you, Your Honor.
record. And case number 2024-00337, Wood Duck Solar. Council, please call your first witness.
Yes, our first witness is Aaron Garzik.
Ms. Garzik, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated. Tell us your full name and business address.
Aaron Garsick, 1000 Music Factory Boulevard, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28206.
Okay, counsel.
Thank you. Ms. Garzik, who do you work for?
GNX Solar LLC.
And what is your role there?
I'm a Senior Director of Development.
And what was your role in preparing materials for this application?
Yes, I helped with some of the RFI responses and have reviewed the application in its entirety.
And have you adopted the responses that were submitted on behalf of Kelly Pope?
I have.
And have you stepped into the position as lead developer for the project since then?
I have.
Is there anything in the record that you would like to change, update, or modify at this time?
No.
With that, I'll tend to the witness.
Okay. Counsel for staff.
Thank you. Ms. Garzik, my name's Mariah Tessie, and if I ask you any questions today that you are not the person to best answer, please let me know and refer me to who you feel like might be the best person to answer. I would appreciate it, because I think you all may overlap a little, so I'll start with you, though.
Yeah.
Could you confirm that the acreage for the full project, as it is submitted right now?
So the full project is 2,259 acres.
Okay, and that is the fencing, the fenced area?
No, the fenced
Okay.
area is 1,245 acres.
Okay. And is the most recent site plan that you all filed the current site plan?
Yes.
And do you all anticipate that site plan changing any?
There could be minor changes prior to construction, but nothing major.
So as of right now, the most recent site plan on file is the one, okay.
Yes.
And what year and month do you anticipate construction beginning?
Yeah, so if we were to be granted our certificate from the board, the earliest construction could start is Q1 of 2026.
Okay, and how many months do you plan on that construction lasting?
12 to 18.
Okay. And would you from 12 to 18 months, what would you consider the peak construction period of that time?
There will be a 9-month peak construction period.
Okay. For this case, you all have proposed a 40-year operational life of the project. Is there anything in particular about this project that helped you or played a role in determining the 40-year useful life of the project?
No, that's just kind of current market statistics is 40 years is the average lifespan of a solar project.
I know that your company has proposed other projects before the Kentucky Siting Board. Were they also all 40-year useful
I'm not
life?
sure.
Okay.
I know that 20 to 40 years is the range that we use in most other projects, but 40 years being the longest period.
So if we asked in a post-hearing data request, would you be able to provide the useful lifespan of the other projects that your company's proposed before the Kentucky Siting Board?
Yeah, Chair, if I may, they actually haven't proposed any other projects before the siting board. So that's,
This one in particular has not. Okay.
yes, this company has not, this is their first time before
Okay.
the siting board.
We do tend to see 30 years. Yeah.
Do they have, I guess I could ask it differently. For other projects that you own in Kentucky, would you be able to provide the useful life that you've used for those projects?
We do not currently own any other projects in Kentucky.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we do own one, but it has not gone through the KYSB process. I want to correct my answer, sorry.
Okay, so you're in the development phase of that particular project?
I'm going to defer to Steve Hazel on that question.
Okay. Okay. Can you clarify, I believe that there were some questions asked, in supplemental, responses given that reference acreage of approximately 1,600 acres as being part of the actual project where panels or other equipment was gonna be placed. So, do you have any idea if there was ever an amendment to the size of the project?
I'm gonna defer to Chad Martin on that.
Okay. And I apologize, I'm taking notes while you're talking.
You're fine.
and- So I don't forget. Okay. Now, I believe the application refers to some above-ground water storage tanks, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and how big are those tanks going to be?
I will defer to Chad Martin.
Okay. Now, the project also clearly has some underground components. Can you describe what portions of the project are going to be underground?
Yeah, I'll defer to Steve Hazel on that question.
Okay. Do you have leases, or do you know if you have lease agreements with all of the landowners who are going to own land above the underground components?
We do.
Okay, and if we asked in a post-hearing data request, would you be able to provide a copy of those particular leases?
I mean, they would have to be redacted, but yeah, I don't see why not.
Are they, well, okay. We'll ask for those then. How many participating landowners are there currently for this project?
15.
Okay. And there was a,
Sorry, did you have a question, Commissioner Reagan?
Sorry, 15 or 50, did you say?
I'm sorry, 15.
15, okay,
Yes.
sorry.
there was a change in a response that involved the closest receptor. I think it was like 83 feet, there was a residence. And initially, the application made it appear, or it appeared that he was a non-participating homeowner. And then in the third supplemental request, or response, that particular homeowner became a participating landowner. Was that homeowner always a participating landowner, or was he a participating landowner, but did he become a participating landowner during the process of the case?
He was always a participating landowner.
Do you anticipate having any more property owners become participating landowners?
At this time, no.
Okay. Now, the site layout, I have a few questions about site layout. It's a little unusual compared to what is normally presented to the siting board. Can you explain the reason behind the type of site design that was chosen?
What in particular, I guess, are you referring to as being unusual?
It's non-contiguous, for one. Can you explain a little bit about why you all chose to have a non-contiguous type site?
So I would say that they're all adjoining parcels with the exception of one road crossing. The way we choose where to locate our projects is first we look at transmission infrastructure, because we obviously want to avoid a lengthy gen tie line and additional above ground equipment. And so there is a 69 kV line that cuts through the site that we will be using to put power on the grid. After that, it's just willing landowners. And so the design that you see is a result of the willing landowners that wanted to sign up with the project. And you know, we have to have contiguous parcels in order to connect the project together. So I would say it's typical of what we see in other projects.
So, and this particular project has, it appears based on the site assessment report, I believe on page 11, there's reference to 8 residential neighborhoods. And that, would you all consider that normal for your all's type of project?
Yeah, I mean, we have varying numbers of residential homes for every project, so I wouldn't say that this is an outlier in our portfolio.
Do you all have any structures or anticipate any structures that might need to be demolished in order for you all to complete the project?
To be demolished,
Mhm.
not at this time.
Okay, I believe there was reference in one of the responses to a structure that was going to be moved. And that was also owned by the same landowner I was referencing earlier, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and there was some reference possibly to him moving two structures, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, would those be the only two structures that might possibly need to be moved?
To my knowledge, at this time, yes.
Okay. But it's your belief that they may be moved, but no other buildings or residences would be demolished?
No, but I'll defer to Aaron Cottle for further information, but to my knowledge, no.
Okay.
Nothing demolished.
One of our, one of the responses to a staff data request, I believe it was in the first data request, item number 76, talks about a stormwater pollution prevention plan. And according to the response at the time, I believe one had not been developed or completed. Is that still correct?
Yes.
And when do you anticipate actually completing that particular prevention plan?
Prior to construction.
And then you all also provided some information with regard to the vegetative screening and the areas that would need vegetative screening, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain what type of vegetative screening is planned for the project?
Yeah, so there are 3 types of evergreens that are mentioned in the landscape plan. If you want those exact species, I can look them up in the landscape plan in the binders. But regardless, we would use native species, similar to what we referenced in the landscape plan. You know, with the understanding that once we're on site, soil, sunlight, other conditions can influence that.
So I know, and I'll preface this with, have you had an opportunity to review some of the public comments that were filed in the case record, or any of them at all?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. I believe there was at least one that referenced the intent to possibly plant non-native species as part of the vegetation screening. Does the company intend to plant non-native species?
That is not our intent, no.
Okay. And when you mentioned the evergreens and that type of thing, what would be the full adult height of those, the vegetation that you planted there?
I'll defer to Chad Martin on that question.
Okay, well, I'm gonna ask this anyway, but I'd say he might be the best one for this one. When you all plant them, what height will they be?
I'll defer to Chad Martin.
Okay. Do you have any idea whether the company intends to plant 2 acres of the native pollinators as part of the screening and that type of thing?
I can't commit to the 2 acres, but I do know that it is our intention to create a pollinator habitat within the fenced-in area.
Would Mr. Martin maybe have a better idea?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And then, when do you all intend on starting on the landscaping? Whether that be like around the fence or as part of the project overall?
Yeah, so our intention is, you know, construction will be phased, and as construction on certain clusters of panels is completed, our intention would be to plant the vegetation soon after that. But again, that depends on weather. You know, if a cluster is completed in January, that might not be the best time to plant vegetation, because our goal is to get the vegetation secured and at mature height as soon as possible.
Okay. Do you all intend to put mesh coating on the fencing that will be installed?
I'll defer to Chad Martin.
Okay. And then, can you, and this may be also a question for Mr. Martin, I know that there has been a change in the type of fence that you all plan to install, correct?
Yes.
I think initially the fence may have been approximately 6 foot.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about the changes that were made to the fencing?
Yeah, so the intention is still to build the same type of fence. We just increased the height of the fence by 2 feet based on feedback that we received during our site visit.
What type of poles? I think initially they may have been wood poles. So if you're just going to increase the height by 2 feet, would you stick with the wood poles then still?
Most likely, yes.
What about the barbed wire? Would you just increase the height but no barbed wire?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about the spacing between the rows of panels?
They're approximately 10 to 15 feet.
And then from the ground level to the bottom of that panel?
I'll defer to Steve Hazel.
There are, I think based on your all's application, 21 access points to the project area. Is that correct?
I believe it's 20.
Okay.
I'll defer to Steve Hazel for an exact answer.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that last? You said you believed it was 20?
I believe it's 20. It was the final site map that we filed, but I'll defer to Steve Hazel if that's not correct.
Okay. And do you all intend to utilize all of those access roads for construction of the project?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any particular reason that you all intend to utilize all of them? Or?
So all of the access points serve the different clusters that will need to be built. And they're needed because there are clusters that might be hard to access through an access road between two types of clusters. So the access points are necessary to access the full site during construction.
I think the answer is going to be no to this one, but are all the access roads expected to be gravel then?
I'll defer to Steve Hazel.
And are all the access roads, or all 20 of them, on participating landowners' land?
Yes.
And what precautions are being taken to make sure that those access points do not erode during construction?
I'll defer to either Steve Hazel or Chad Martin.
Now, I believe there is going to be one station, a substation, is that correct?
Yes.
And it appeared, based on the maps, to be more on the southern part of the project?
Yes.
Will it have its own separate fencing?
Yes.
Okay. And I think I'm going to save my other questions related to that for Mr. Martin or Mr. Hazel. Have any environmental studies been completed at this point? Can you tell us which ones?
They're referenced in the material. I can read them.
Well, I guess what I should say is, have any been completed since the ones were filed in the application?
There was a phase 1 that was completed.
Okay. And if we asked in a post-hearing data request, you would be able to provide that?
Yes.
And did that raise any issues for the company in planning the construction?
No.
Okay. And have you all had the opportunity to, I believe some of the public comments reference the Indiana bat species. And may have been a few other possible protected species. Have you all had the opportunity to research whether any of those actually do reside in the area that your planned construction is
I'll
going
refer to
be?
Chad Martin.
Okay. Now, I'm kind of going to shift gears a little bit. I believe that one of the mitigation measures that both the company and the siding board's consultant recommended are some dust mitigation efforts. And you nod yes, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to say yes.
Yes.
Okay. There were some public comments with regard to the dust suppression methods, and I just wanted to ask a few questions about what methods you all would be utilizing during construction. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I'll defer that to Chad Martin.
All right. Now, I know that several of the commenters here today mentioned that this site is close to Mammoth Cave. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there are some karst issues just generally in that particular part of Kentucky. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you all had the opportunity to review the footprint of your project for karst issues?
We have.
Okay, and did you all identify any areas that may have karst concerns?
We did.
Okay, and how many did you identify?
I'll refer to Chad Martin.
Okay, and I don't know if you'll know this, but do you all have any planned setbacks from those karst features at this time?
Yeah, so in the report that's in the material, well, first there were some heavily identified areas. We actually removed panels from those prior to submitting to KYSB to just avoid completely. And then there are kind of tiers of the level of, I guess, risk. And there are varying mitigation measures, including a 50-foot buffer, a 25-foot setback. But for any further details, I'll refer to Chad Martin.
So have you done any engineering or boring studies yet that would tell you where you currently have the panels in the site plan will have karst issues that you're aware of, at least?
We have not done boring to the level of a full geotechnical report, but there were some soil samples taken during the karst investigation.
And did they reveal any karst issues that you all were unaware of?
It's in the same report.
Okay.
Yep.
I want to shift gears just a bit. I would like for you to confirm, obviously the nearest receptor we mentioned earlier was 83 feet, but he isn't, that particular landowner is a participating homeowner. So can you confirm the distance for the nearest receptor that is a non-participating landowner to a panel?
I'm going to refer to Chad Martin.
Okay, have you, and I actually have printed out, I believe there was, and I'm not gonna say her name right, but, the lady who was the first commenter.
Yep.
And I apologize because I'm not gonna get her name right. I had actually printed out her comment, and I can pass that around. Have you had an opportunity to review that particular comment?
We've discussed that, and Chad Martin is prepared to give a response as he did the noise receptor study.
I will wait to talk to Mr. Martin about that one. And then, I apologize, I'm trying to scroll through all my questions. So my next questions relate to interconnection and the interconnection studies. Are you the best person? Okay, who should I ask about that?
Steve Hazel.
Okay. I had some questions about the cabling that is going to have to go under the ground through, like, the Cumberland Parkway portion of the project. Are you the person?
Be Steve Hazel or Chad Martin.
Okay. Have you all attempted or endeavored to do any studies related to wildlife displacement at this time?
I'll refer to Chad Martin.
And then what about the National Registry of Historic Properties? Have you had the opportunity to review that registry with regard to the proposed site?
I believe we have, but Chad Martin would be the best witness to answer those questions.
Okay. And then the next is more about the structure of Wood Duck Solar and GeneX. Okay. Does Wood Duck Solar itself have any employees?
No.
And the person who signed the certificate of compliance is employed by whom?
Could you tell me who that person was?
And I apologize, I was unable to find the certificate of compliance, so I will make that a post-hearing data request.
I believe it was Emily Williams, and if it was her, then yes, she is an employee of GeneX.
Okay. And then are the employees that have currently sponsored data requests in this case or signed affidavits for the case, are they all GeneX employees?
Can you repeat the first part of your question?
Well, sponsored data requests or sign the application, like affidavits for the application, are they all GeneX employees?
No, some of them are consultants.
Okay. And then the EPC contractor that you all intend to hire, who will that be employed by?
They will be an employee of the longtime owner and operator of the project.
Okay. I guess I'm trying to figure out the corporate structure, and so who will actually hire that
Yeah.
EPC?
So GeneX Solar LLC owns Wood Duck Solar LLC currently. GeneX's business model is we're an early stage developer, and we typically sell projects before they go to construction.
Okay, so as you sit here today, it is your belief that you all will not own the project by the time that it makes it to the construction phase.
That is correct.
So you cannot tell staff or the siting board who is actually going to hire the EPC contractor?
No.
Okay. Who is GeneX owned by?
Ourselves. We don't have a parent company that owns us.
Okay. And let's see, how will GeneX ensure that the mitigation measures are actually complied with?
Yeah, so Wood Duck Solar LLC is the project. They're the applicant. So whoever buys the project will be buying Wood Duck Solar LLC, which would be subjected to the same information that are in these binders as GeneX is.
And then, currently, to your knowledge, does GeneX have any, I mean, obviously based on your answer, do they have, you all have any environmental violations?
No.
And based on your answer, I think the answer would be no to Wood Duck Solar as well, then.
Correct.
Has any type of PPA been executed for this project?
No.
I'd like to move on to decommissioning then. The decommissioning plan in this project, the original plan was for decommissioning of approximately 1,200 acres or so. Is that still correct?
I'll refer to Chad Martin.
Okay. And the decommissioning plan was actually done based on that 40-year lifespan assumption, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And then, do all the leases in this matter that you mentioned earlier contain decommissioning obligations?
they do.
Okay. And do they include the removal of all underground equipment and cabling?
They do.
What about for the portions of the project intersecting, like, going underneath the Cumberland Parkway?
Yes.
Okay. And then, I am not sure if you are the best person to answer this part of this, but according to Exhibit J of the application, it's page 7 and 8, it was actually the minutes from one of the planning and zoning meetings.
Yep.
And I don't know, I'm not sure how you have it in your binder. If it's Exhibit J, it would be pages 7 and 8. If it's the PDF, it's pages 363 and 364 of that particular electronic file. Just let me know. I apologize.
Yep, sorry.
May I approach briefly? Show where it is?
Okay. Yeah. It's in, this is binder 4, but it's the same information. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I have it.
Okay. So in that document, there's referenced a decommissioning agreement and a commitment to have a decommissioning agreement. Has that agreement been executed and recorded as referenced in that document?
I do not believe it's been executed, no.
Okay. When do you anticipate that agreement being executed?
Prior to construction.
And since it's prior to construction, is GNEX going to be the party to that agreement?
No.
Do you know who will be parties to that agreement?
We do not.
Would Wood Duck Solar be a party to that agreement?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's
And-
because if you sell, you're selling the entire LLC.
Yes.
Okay. I think there was reference to, in the decommissioning plan, a desire to remove all underground components, not just down 3 feet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
the intention? Okay. And then can you explain the process for when removal has to occur of the panels prior to the end of the useful life? Like, for example, a storm damage or just a fluke of Mother Nature dropping a tree branch or something. Can you tell us a little bit about how you all deal with that?
Yeah, so we'll have a consultant that's a part of the project that'll come out and swap those panels out. For a more detailed process of how that happens, I'll refer to Steve Hazel.
Do you know how you're notified that that needs to happen?
Yeah, so we'll have operators that are monitoring the site 24/7. If something like that were to happen, they would notify the company that, or they would just do the work themselves.
So that was one of my questions. I think in one of the pages for the minutes, a building was referenced. Your monitors, are they gonna be in the building 24 hours a day, or are they gonna be on site?
I will defer to Steve Hazel.
Okay. All right. I had a few questions about the complaint resolution program.
Yes.
I know there is some information in some of the data responses that you all have provided, but could you describe a little bit about how you're going to notify residents in the area, both participating and non-participating landowners, about this complaint resolution program?
Yes, I know that we committed to, or we plan to mail packets of information to Woodlawn Church, which is located in the center of the project, as well as the Amish community that we've been in contact with. Beyond that, the final complete resolution plan will be executed prior to construction by the long-term owner and operator that will eventually buy Wood Duck Solar LLC, which at that point, the method of notification will be established.
So you mentioned the church, and the church that you've mentioned, I think, is the one that is attached to or near in proximity, has a cemetery. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I know that there were some areas in the noise study that had fairly loud noise receptors, like depending on where you were and the pile driving occurring, it could get fairly loud. Is that correct?
I believe so, but I'll have to defer to Chad Martin on an exact answer.
Okay, well, what I'm getting at is, what is the company's plan during funerals?
Yeah, so we did try to make contact with the pastor during the development of the project. We did not hear back from him. But in our mitigation plan, we plan to mail the church a packet of information about the project, as well as give them updated contact information to make sure that they're able to reach out. But we do have construction hours that are tailored to no work being completed on Sunday that would drive loud levels of noise. But we're open to coordinating with the church on other events such as funerals.
Okay, so if they reached out, you all would consider rearranging the construction schedule should there be a funeral?
Yes.
Open to coordinating and committing to.
Committing to.
It's basically in the middle of your all's project, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know that there are, and I think the remainder of my questions relate mainly to the public comments. There are a few public comments that I would like to talk to you about. Can you describe generally, I know that there's been some discussion about the fire suppression, fire prevention plans. Can you describe generally what the company's position is about the plans for fire prevention and suppression at the facility?
Yeah, so prior to construction, we will coordinate with the local fire departments. We'll give them the exact address, we'll give them gate locations, how to access those gates, and make sure that they're fully equipped to respond to the facility in the event of an emergency.
Have there been any fires in any other facilities that you all have assisted in developing?
Not to my
that you're
knowledge.
aware of? Okay. And then does Wood Duck Solar intend to comply with all the applicable fire protection ordinances and requirements?
Yes.
And then, generally, have there been requests from officials or residents about changing the project layout?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And then I know you mentioned the Amish community earlier, and I believe some of the commenters, both in the record and here today, mentioned the Amish community. Can you describe a little bit about the company's attempts to reach out to the Amish community in the area?
I can describe more generally, but for specific conversations, I did not have those conversations. I'll defer to Aaron Cottle. But there were back and forth conversations had with employees and former employees of GNX, one in particular that turned in a way that the police were involved. But we have committed to mailing them a packet of information with updated contact, with updated points of contact prior to the start of construction.
Did the company attempt to reach out prior to the project being presented at the planning and zoning meeting with the community, particularly
Yes.
the Amish community?
Yeah, there was a door knocking campaign in 2023 where employees of GNX went and knocked on all of the adjacent neighbors' doors. Those who opened their doors, there were conversations had. Those who did not answer, packets of information about the project were left, as well as points of contact.
I believe that's all I have, Chair.
Okay. So now I'll go to our siting board members who are online. And first, Deputy Secretary Lyons, do you have questions for this witness?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. When was the first public meeting that you all held?
That GNX as a company held.
Yes, in the community.
To the best of my knowledge, it was August of 2024.
I saw a notice, I thought, in the record that said it was August of 23, but it was actually August of 24.
Check.
Okay. If you give me 1 second, I can.
Yeah, I'm looking at one. I don't know which document it is. It has August 16th, 2023, Cave City Convention Center, public information meeting.
That is correct.
Okay, good. Were all the leases with the participating landowners executed prior to this meeting?
I will defer to Aaron Cottle.
Okay. That's important to the next question that I have. So we had a public comment regarding, well, let me ask this. Has there any, has construction on any of the participating landowners' project parcels begun yet?
No.
No deforestation of any type on any of these parcels?
Not that was summoned or carried out by the project or any of its representatives, no.
So I did a quick Google Earth search, and the parcels that are included in the area just south of Apple Grove, between the roads of Milltown Road, Apple Grove Road, Park City, Bon Air, and Cumberland Parkway, which encompasses a pretty large area. I did compare it to the project maps. There are definitely panels to be located in this area. And I just did it with Google Earth. It's not exact. It's probably close, but I don't know how close. It looks like between the dates of somewhere in 2022 to April of 2025, there's been 107 acres of forest and vegetation cleared on those parcels. Are you saying the landowner did this on their own accord?
Yes.
We'll need to know when those leases were executed with those landowners.
Okay.
Still, given the fact that this whole project area is in sensitive Indiana bat habitat, which this is the only project we've ever done that's been in an area like this. And I think you all have submitted documentation that you would pay into the IBCF. I think you're still on the hook for that, whether the landowner did it or not. And I want to make sure that it's clear in the record what has actually transpired, when, and, when the leases were executed with these landowners.
So I'll ask staff before you do those DRs to please reach out to Deputy Secretary and make sure we word the question exactly as he needs it asked. If it deals with the timing of those leases and removal of trees, et cetera. Is that okay, Deputy Secretary?
Yes,
Okay.
Madam Chair, that's perfect. Okay, I don't want to pronounce your name right. It's Miss Gresnick, is that correct?
Garsick.
Garsick, thank you. Ms. Garsick, I will go back to the phase one you mentioned. Madam Chair, there actually is a phase one in the record, so that's not something we have to ask for. I have looked over that, Ms. Garsick, and can you speak to mineral rights, oil and gas wells, and things of that nature?
I'll defer those questions to Steve Hazel.
Okay. Let me see what else I have here that might be in your wheelhouse. I think you've probably deferred to other people on most questions that I have. Or let me ask you this. What about consultation with Mammoth Cave officials? Can you speak to that, or is that somebody else?
Yeah, so I wasn't in person for those meetings, but I do know the general topics of discussion.
I did not see anything specifically in writing from Mammoth Cave that says, hey, this project's good to go. I know the entire drainage of this project drains to Mammoth Cave in the areas sensitive to cave shrimp. So I wasn't able to find it. I saw some emails. I didn't see a letter from the park that said, you're good to go.
That is correct. The email correspondence that we submitted with our RFI responses is the most up-to-date conversations that we've had. We felt like during the meeting, we satisfied their concerns, which is why we sent the recap email, but there has been no official letter filed by the park.
Now, that's kind of odd. I know in the world I deal with a lot of times with air quality permitting issues, they're very involved, and we always require something from the park. Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Secretary. And let's move on to Mr. Gum. Do you have questions for this witness, sir?
Madam Chair, I do not.
Okay. All right, which brings us to Mr. Hemick.
Yeah, thank you. I have one question. I just want to make sure I confirm this, that I heard it correctly. So I'm understanding it that whoever buys Wood Duck, that's who will draft the RFP to hire the contractor, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so it will not be your company?
No.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, Commissioner Wood?
Ma'am, I wanted to ask you about there were several public comments about notices that were sent out or maybe weren't sent out. I wanted to ask you what the requirements were for notice to neighbors and whether or not the company complied with those statutes.
Which notices are you referring to?
Well, I'm hoping that you'll tell me which notices, what notices are required to be sent, who are they required to be sent to, how are they required to be sent, and did the company comply?
So for the planning and zoning hearing, the notices that were required to be sent were required to be sent by the county, not the applicant. And then I'm not sure about the KYSB process, but I do know that we sent the appropriate notices prior to our public information meeting that was held in February of 2025. But yeah, that's.
So as far as you know, the company just had the requirement to send out notices one time, and that was before the a public meeting, is that right?
To my knowledge, yes.
And do you know how the notices were supposed to be sent or supposed to be achieved? I mean, was it newspaper ad or was it certified mail or?
Both, to my knowledge.
And as far as you know, was that complied with appropriately?
I believe so, to the best of my knowledge, yes.
That's all the questions I have, Chair.
Good afternoon. Just to follow up, were you present at those public hearing meetings?
I was not, no.
Okay, is there someone that can answer questions about specifically those meetings?
I believe there are a couple of witnesses that were present, one being Aaron Cottle and one being Chad Martin, although I can't verify which ones each were at.
Can you talk a little bit at a high level, the process for identifying the site?
Yeah, so one of the first things we consider is infrastructure, transmission infrastructure. We have a 69 kV line running through the site, which is good because that means we can connect to the grid on site. We don't have to run a lengthy transmission line or gen-tie line down the road. And then after that, it's really just signing up willing landowners on who's interested in being a part of the project. And so, you know, we obviously also pay attention to topography and also other environmental resources that are nearby.
And you have offices in Charlotte and in Indianapolis, correct?
That is correct.
Where are some of your other projects? Are there other states?
Yes, there is.
Can you talk a little bit about those?
Absolutely, yeah. So we have projects in Ohio, Virginia, North Carolina, Indiana. It depends what level of maturity of a project that we're talking about. You know, we also are greenfielding in Michigan, Maryland, and we've been involved in a couple of projects in Kentucky.
And do you in your, I don't know if other states require public hearings.
Yeah.
But, do you see the same or hear the same type of concerns in other states? And I guess how have you addressed them?
Absolutely, yeah. I would say that the concerns in this project are not any different than concerns that we hear in other projects. I would say that GNex's focus is on community engagement. We try to get out into the community early on in the project, hold multiple open houses, public information meetings. The door knocking campaign that I mentioned is pretty standard. We try to send out packets of information to neighboring residents with contact information. You know, at our public information meeting that we held in February 2025, we had multiple subject matter experts that were stationed at tables that community members could go around and ask questions to, all that are very standard within GNex. You know, we also have we have an abundant kind of catalog of resources that we will provide residents with certain concerns, and that will also mail to adjacent landowners.
And then to go, just back quickly to, Ms. Tussey asked you a question about monitoring facilities, and those are 24/7. Can you tell me where they're located? Is there just one center, or are there a few different centers?
I'll defer to Steve Hazel on that question.
I'm not sure if you can answer this question, but Commissioner Wood and I were talking. The carcinogens that are in, like Roundup, or what's used on farms today, do you know the difference between those carcinogens and solar carcinogens that people are concerned about?
I'll
Do you
defer
have
to
any?
Steve Hazel on
Steve
that.
Hazel?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna try not to ask you any questions that you've already deferred to other people, but please tell me if I ask you a question that somebody else can answer. I'm betting this is one of them. One of the folks who spoke today talked about her property not being in the yellow zone marked as a non-participant. Are you the best person to ask about that, or is there another person?
I'll defer to Chad Martin.
Chad Martin on that one. Pardon me a moment while I get through these notes. I take a lot of notes.
You're fine.
All right, you were asked some questions about the length of the construction. We were told about 12 to 18 months. How long do you expect to be pile driving?
I will defer to Steve Hazel.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a tough question, and I'm giving you an opportunity to respond to something that is not something we normally consider in these cases and may have no relevance. But would you like to respond to the questions about a donation that was given to a local organization?
No.
Would not like to respond.
No.
Do you know anything about it?
I don't. I was not a part of the project or involved in the project at that time.
So you took over later. Do you know if there's someone who would be better able to respond to the decision to make that donation and whether or not it had any relevance to the project?
Unfortunately, that person is no longer employed with GNex, so no.
Okay. Is
there's
that your
really-
predecessor then who would have maybe been involved in that and made a decision like that?
That is, yes.
I could ask you if that's something that your company typically does, make donations to local companies, or if that's something that is generally a part of your community outreach?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that our community outreach strategy is to just make connections in the community, and through those connections, identify what organizations or events are most important to that community, so that we can be a good partner, no different than the local bank or local small business that moves into the area. So yeah, generally, I mean, that is a part of our community engagement outreach, is to make donations and sponsor key organizations and events happening in the hyperlocal community.
You were asked about trees being cleared, and we'll send you some more specific questions about that later, but do you have a general idea of how many acres you expect to be cleared of trees for this project?
So the max amount of acreage right now is 223. That number was obviously given before the landowner cleared the acreage that was mentioned before. Because the project had nothing to do with the clearing of those trees, we don't know how many acres total were cleared. But there will be additional surveys done prior to construction that will evaluate that.
Max is 223 though?
Yes.
Do you know if your company has done other projects that are very near a national park?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. What special consideration, if any, was given for the fact that this project is pretty close to a national park?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that we tried to correspond with the park and be just a good partner in addressing and answering their concerns, as reflected in the record with the email communication that happened after the meeting that we had with them. I mean, other than that, it was really just doing the necessary environmental studies that are required per the local planning and zoning process and the KYSB process to make sure that we are in compliance with all of that.
In a lot of the cases we've had, people are very concerned, and legitimate concerns, about environmental studies and whether or not they've been completed. And what, to your knowledge, and you may not be the best person to answer this, are there more levels than just the levels that are required to be completed at this point of environmental studies?
I mean, there will be additional environmental studies completed prior to construction.
Okay.
Yes, like for example, the geotechnical, which is the soil boring, like that has not been completed, but it will be prior to construction.
Are there other studies that will be done related to wildlife?
I'll defer to Chad Martin on that answer.
Okay. And what about things like historic properties? Are those an archaeologically significant areas? Are there more levels of studies to be done about those?
Beyond what's already been done, I'm not sure. I would defer to Chad Martin.
If there are studies that are required to be done that haven't been done yet, because they're not required to be done yet, what happens to this project if a major obstacle, like, presents itself through the additional studies?
I mean, I can give a overview of an answer, but additional details I'll defer to Chad Martin. But I would say that, you know, we're comfortable in that the environmental studies that have been completed are pretty robust. And we took careful consideration in completing those and analyzing the results, which is why we had mitigation measures like removing panels completely in the northernmost parcel of the project where there were major karst features identified. So yeah, I think that would.
Assuming a major archaeological discovery was made as you start to pile drive for this project, what happens?
Yeah, I mean, it would be a multi-step lengthy process that I will defer to Chad Martin to elaborate on.
Yeah, but I mean, this isn't the final level of environmental, archaeological, historical property, or wildlife review.
I'll defer to Chad Martin to answer that, definitely.
For the projects that GNEX has done, is the typical structure and plan that you sell the entire LLC that will own this license?
Yes.
So that's something that has worked for your company, that you've done repeatedly?
Yes.
And it's not just that you're going to, so what we do is if ownership changes hands, we have to approve it. But your expectation is that if the ownership of the project will not change hands, just that perhaps the ownership of the entire LLC that's already bound to these obligations might change hands.
Yes.
Do you have a view about whether that would require PSC approval if the entire LLC is sold?
I do not.
Okay, I think that may be all of my questions. Any further follow-up questions from the other commissioners or ad hoc members? No? Okay, redirect.
Just a couple of questions.
Mhm.
Thank you. Ms. Garzik, are you aware of any other projects that were originally developed in Kentucky by GNext that were ultimately sold to other developers that have come through the siting board process since GNext sold them?
Yes,
Can you list those projects?
I can try. Bluebird, Northern Bob White. And I'm blank. I believe there's a third one, but
Was Hummingbird one?
I'll defer to Steve Hazel on that answer.
Okay. But there have been several others that GNext started and then sold and other developers took through the process?
Yes.
Okay. I believe that's all my redirect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No.
We generally don't excuse the lead witness. You've probably been warned about that in case you've deferred questions to somebody who can't answer when we could then recall you. So I'll excuse you from the witness stand, but not from the coroner. Thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
And you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Our next witness is Steve Hazel.
Mr. Hazel, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I did.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address, please.
Steve Hazel, GNext Solar LLC, 1000 Music Factory Boulevard, Suite C3, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, counsel.
Mr. Hazel, what is your title with GNext?
VP of Interconnection and Engineering.
And what was your role in preparing materials for this application?
I worked on the site layout and managed the interconnection process with PJM and EKPC.
Is there anything at this point in the record that you would like to amend, modify, or update?
Yes.
And what is that?
With regard to RFI 2, question number 30, in the time that we've filed this application, we've received a facility study from PJM that outlines EKPC's preliminary plan to connect our project collection station to the EKPC existing Bon Air substation.
Has that been submitted?
It is not.
Is there anything else?
No.
There were a number of questions that were deferred to you. I'll try and hit a few of them to make sure that we cover those, then I'll defer the rest to the others. Do you know the distance between the bottom of the panels and the ground?
Generally, a minimum distance of 18 inches is required for grounds maintenance, typically 2 feet.
And do you know if all of the access roads that have been listed will be gravel?
Yes. Some will be improved more than others for deliveries, parking, staging of equipment, etc.
And will there be efforts made to ensure that these access roads don't erode?
Yes, they will be maintained throughout the construction of the project.
You may not know this, but do you know who signed the certification on behalf of Wood Duck?
I saw that in our materials, Emily Williams.
And who is Emily Williams?
She is our CEO
The CEO of
GNEX.
GNEX. Thank you. And am I correct that in terms of who will hire the EPC, it will be the owner of Wood Duck? Whoever purchases Wood Duck ultimately will be the entity that hires the EPC. Is that the anticipated route that that'll work?
That is correct.
Okay. There was a question about swapping out of damaged panels. Can you describe sort of what that process looks like?
If the monitoring system indicates that a module is defective, or if it's visually seen that it's broken, most solar modules are bolted from the back. It would be unbolted, unplugged, a new one would be plugged in, and that one would be generally stored in the O&M building until there's enough broken modules to warrant shipment to either waste or recycling facility.
And you said when you're made aware that there's one that is broken, so how does that work? Is there 24 on-site monitoring? Is there like a system? How does the monitoring work?
We refer to it as a SCADA system. There's sensors throughout the facility that monitor voltage and current of the solar panels, and by monitoring those levels, we know if one's not working anymore.
And do you have on-site people that are there to remove these, or I guess, what is the on-site presence for the project?
There's generally approximately two full-time on-site personnel. They are not necessarily monitoring the facility 24/7. That's generally taken care of off-site.
I think the last question that was deferred to you is, in terms of the pile driving, do you know how long the pile driving occurs during the construction phase?
Pile driving is typically the fastest part of the construction. I would estimate 2 months for this size project. The pile driving will be parcel by parcel, so it's not continuous for the full footprint of the project for 2 months. Rather, one parcel, those piles are completed, and then that pile driver will move on to an adjacent parcel until the full project is done with the pile driving.
Is that dependent on the number of pile drivers that are used, or is there a standard number that would be used?
For this size project, I would anticipate 2 to 3 pile driving machines.
Okay. With that, I'll turn to the witness for further questioning.
Okay, Steph? Thank you. I'm gonna start with one of Mr. Dutton's questions and kind of follow up on it. He asked you about the access roads and the erosion, and you mentioned that they'd be maintained. Exactly how do you all plan on maintaining the roads throughout the construction?
Generally, gravel stored on site, so if certain construction entrances are receiving heavier traffic, more gravel will be put down to maintain the appropriate levels. A stormwater management plan is going to be put in place before the project starts construction, and these construction entrances tend to also have silt fence or silt socks.
I believe some of the other questions that were referred to you involved the underground cabling and the underground components. And you mentioned the SCADA system for the monitoring. Will that include monitoring of all the underground components as well?
Yes.
And as far as the underground components go, I think some of the questions with regard to removal of those components and how that would work with the Cumberland Parkway, that type of thing, were referred to you. Are you able to answer those?
Yes.
Okay. So can you explain a little bit about how that will work with regard to the Cumberland Parkway?
The Cumberland Parkway will require DOT approval, so we'll coordinate with them. That will be what's referred to as a jack and bore directional drill.
Okay. And so a directional drill, will that be similar to how then those components are removed, basically, as well?
With a directional drill, it's typically direct buried, so the same way that the cables are pulled in, they can be pulled out.
Okay. And at how many points does the project intersect with the Cumberland Parkway?
We anticipate that 3 crossings will be needed.
And did you consider, well, I don't know if you're the best person to answer this, but did you consider any different type of site layout in order to reduce the number of times that it might have to intersect with the parkway?
That type of final design engineering will be completed by the EPC.
And then the next follow-up is another question that Mr. Dutton asked about, like, what do you all do with the damaged panels? And I think you mentioned the O&M building.
Yes,
So that's a building on site?
yes.
And will it be basically secure from the elements?
A typical O&M building is a pole barn, single-story pole barn structure with a roof.
And how long do you anticipate storing those damaged panels and different types of refuse in that building before you move it? Do you have any idea?
Generally, they're shipped out when you have a pallet full. That's about 40 modules, solar modules. Breakage of modules is not very common, so that could be a while.
Do you have any idea how often you all generally have to go out and replace panels during the useful life of a project?
Well, that timing would be based on when it's broken. Are you asking how often?
How often generally, or do you have any idea with an active project, how often you all are called out to go out and replace panels?
So I'm speaking from my past O&M experience. Module breakage is not very common. Generally, over the course of the life of a project, 1 to 2% of the total modules might be broken over 20 years.
And you mentioned 20 years for useful life of a project, and the application is proposing a 40-year useful life. Generally, based on your experience, which obviously includes past solar panel facilities, what is the useful life that you are seeing in your projects?
When I say 20 years, I'm referring to the first project that I installed. So that project is still operational, and the useful life the equipment is warranted for 20 to 25 years, depending on the manufacturer. So the useful life is anticipated to be 40 years plus.
So you mentioned the warranty. Do you have any idea what type of equipment you all are going to install for this project?
Warranty for solar modules is fairly standard across almost all manufacturers, and that's why I state that figure.
Okay. And I think all of my interconnection questions got referred to you. And obviously, you mentioned the facility study, so I think some of them might get resolved, but I do still have a few. You're familiar with I believe it ended up being 2 separate filings related to interconnection.
That's correct.
In the applications, correct? Okay. And I think in the filings, most of those PJM analyses were done in 2021.
That's correct.
3 out of the 4.
There was a feasibility study completed and 2 system impact studies completed in 2021.
Okay, and obviously it's 2025. Is the facility study a more up-to-date study?
It is.
Okay. So when was the facility study undertaken?
It's been, when was it released?
Yes.
Within the last 2 weeks.
Okay. And the PJM interconnection studies that are in the record are for 45 megawatts and for 55 megawatt projects. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain why there's not one for a project that's 100 megawatts?
That is to maintain flexibility during the interconnection process. PJM, prior to 2023, was a serial process. Therefore, if we received unfavorable results with one of the studies, the previous one could have been used. That size, 45 megawatts, is, we're referring to position AG1070, and that's the first position. So if AG1071, the second position, received unfavorable results, we could have withdrawn the second position, and the 45 megawatts would have been the minimum that we would have needed to justify the cost of a 69 kV interconnection.
Before you go further, what is the alternative to serial process? It's a simultaneous process, and could you explain that a little bit?
PJM post-Q reform is now in a cluster process. So
Cluster, not, we don't call it simultaneous, we call it cluster rather than serial.
that's right.
Yes, and please describe for us the difference.
Instead of a project being studied linearly, as one project studied after the other, a group of projects is all studied at one time. So PJM identifies a window in which projects are going to be studied. All of the applications that are within that particular cycle will be studied, and the results for all projects are then released at one time, where prior to that, they were released on a one-off basis.
Okay, sorry, please continue, counsel.
Okay, thank you. I guess my follow-up to that is, I know you mentioned the facility study, you just got it 2 weeks ago. The in-service date referenced in those previous studies was 2024. Can you tell us a little bit about the impact that that delay has had on the interconnection studies and the results in there?
The 2024 in-service date was based on a 2020 filing. Because of the delay, we anticipate an in-service date of early 2028. It could be as soon as late 2027 now.
So how did that delay or that change in in-service date impact the interconnection, the facility study? Like, what other upgrades, because it was obvious there was gonna have to be system upgrades as a part of this project, correct?
No, I would not say that's obvious. We've actually received in the final system impact study, which accompanies the facility study.
Okay.
PJM now refers to that as the Phase 3 system impact study. Apologies for the nomenclature, but there's fairly minimal network upgrades identified.
Okay. So if nothing else, the delay may have assisted in resolving some of the...
The delay wasn't related to our project particularly. It was for PJM to change from the serial to the cycle process.
Okay. And I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the Exhibit J that I asked the previous witness about is the planning and zoning minutes and discussions from that meeting. And in those minutes, I think it was on page 4, it's PDF page 360, there is a reference to 2 substations in those minutes. Can you discuss that a little bit? Because it appears based on the maps tendered with the application, there's only 1 substation.
I'm not familiar with the minutes, but I can speak to the proposed substation.
Okay, if you don't mind.
Yes, the project will have a collection substation adjacent to the existing Bonaire EKPC substation.
So, technically, there is going to be, I guess, 2 substations. One at EKPC. Will GNEX or EKPC own the collection substation?
The project owns the collection
Sorry.
substation. EKPC, the Bon Air substation, already exists.
Yeah.
And they own that.
So whoever Wood Duck is sold to will own the collection substation
That's correct.
and will be required to maintain it.
Correct.
Is the collection substation what is marked on the map as the project substation?
Correct.
And if we asked for and it may be in there, so I say this apologizing in advance. If we asked for a map that would identify the location of the collection substation solely relative to the EKPC substation, you all would be able to provide that in a post-hearing data request?
Yes. We've indicated the location on our site plan that we provided.
Is there a distance on the map though?
From the EKPC?
Besides the key, yes.
You'd like a linear distance?
Yes.
We can provide that.
Okay.
Yeah. And I should caveat that with our final substation work cannot be, the design work cannot be completed until EKPC tells us where in their substation they're going to receive the gen tie.
Okay.
So we can't orient our substation until their work is completed. We don't anticipate that until late Q1, early Q2 next year.
And that's the delay in the in-service date additionally to some of the other things you've mentioned.
That timing is based on the PJM process. So we've received the GIA for the project. That indicates a preliminary timeline. Once we execute that, we're allowed to communicate directly with EKPC. We'll have project scoping meetings, and then they will finalize the work. They won't start the work until we get through that process.
Okay. And who is responsible for paying all of the interconnection costs?
The project.
Who has been responsible for paying for all of the studies, including the facility study?
The project.
Meaning Wood Duck.
Wood Duck Solar.
Now, I know you just said that you're not sure exactly where the tie-in is going to be with the EKPC facility, so you may not know the answer to this. Will it be above ground or underground?
It will almost certainly be above ground.
Okay. Okay, I think that is all I have for this
Okay.
witness. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's move then to the online ad hoc participants. Deputy Secretary Lyons, do you have questions for this witness?
Yeah, a couple, Madam Chair, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hazel. There's been a lot of comments about the toxicity of panels, and this is kind of following up maybe on what Commissioner Regan asked a little bit. Can you testify to what the nature of the panels are? Do they leach? What are the components in them? So on and so forth. And particularly to the shards of glass, there were a lot of public comments about the concern of that. Can you tell us a little bit more about what the panels are, where they come from, how they're made, so on and so forth?
I should point out that the final module panel selection will be made by the EPC and equipment availability at that time. I will speak based on personal experience, having been in the industry dealing with various types of solar panels for the past 20 years. Solar panels, 90% glass and aluminum. The material that's not glass and aluminum is a plastic backsheet with a silicon cell encapsulated between the plastic backsheet and the glass. And then they have copper wires coming out of the back so that they connect into one another. And that's where the electricity leaves from. I've seen broken solar modules. I've handled broken solar modules. I've never seen shards of glass. They tend to break like a windshield where they crack but they stay together. I've never seen anything leach out of a solar panel. There's no liquids inside. I've handled solar modules that have been in service for 15 and 20 years. They look almost as good as when we installed them originally. They hold up to the elements very well. Generally, when modules are recycled, or when they're removed from the project, they can be recycled or thrown in the trash. The EPA, federal EPA, has classified them as non-hazardous, safe for removal and waste in the landfill.
All right, thank you. You were referred to, but for the phase one discussion and the oil and gas wells. Phase one, it did have a listing of oil and gas wells in there. Also, there was other documentation in the record that I looked over. Do you know, I'm not sure, based on the request for information responses in RF1, I was a little confused. The verbiage said there were 26 wells, but then there was a table provided that only has 24. And then I think phase one said there were 22. Do y'all know exactly how many wells are on this project area?
We've gotten well information from a few different sources, one being the state register and one being from our landowners and on-site. What we have concluded in speaking with our landowners is that there are no active wells in the project property. The 8 wells that are under the project footprint, 7 of them have been capped and appropriately closed. 1 needs further investigation.
So you're only saying that there's 8 within the project area?
Under the project footprint where solar panels are proposed.
Mm-hmm. So there's other wells or could be other wells within the fence line, but not where solar panels will be.
There could be other wells that are under lease from Wood Duck Solar, not necessarily inside the fence.
So is the fenced area the footprint?
Correct.
Is there any, do you know, have you all located all those? And if so, what is the plan for those non-active oil and gas wells?
The non-active wells will be built over. The one that needs further investigation will determine that and adjust the layout if we need to maintain a setback from that well.
Okay, well, I've consulted with our division of oil and gas. I know they have 6 identified on the property. There could be 6 more, but my folks tell me there could be many more. When I say many, I don't know how many that is, but there could be several that have not been identified, found, and properly abandoned, i.e. plugged, with plugging affidavits. Of the 7 you're talking about, do they have proper plugging affidavits?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Have those been
I would
provided?
encourage-
I'm sorry, Deputy
Oh, go
Secretary.
ahead,
Have
Madam Chair.
Plugging affidavits, which is a new term for me, have those been provided in the record?
If it hasn't been, we can provide it.
Okay. Have you looked for them and couldn't find them, Secretary, or are they on public record?
Actually, our Division of Oil and Gas should have those, or the Kentucky Geological Survey should. I did not see them in the record.
Okay. And it may not be something we requested. Sorry, please continue, Deputy Secretary.
Well, I'm just, this is an inordinate amount of wells on a project. I'm concerned about the ones that we haven't found. And I'll just alert you that we do have a well plugging program that you can go to our website and identify the location of those, and we have federal money to plug these things. We want these things properly plugged. There's some 14,000 orphaned wells in the state, and this is a hotbed area for old oil and gas wells. So we'd like to work with you on trying to make sure we find all these and make sure they're properly plugged and documented as such. The table that was provided in accordance with, I think it was request 24 of RFI 1, pages 47 through 51 is where I kind of started with my research. And I don't exactly know what all the acronyms mean. The map that was provided was pretty hard to follow about which well numbers belong to which dot on the map.
We can provide a better map.
And there was one provided, I think, in Stantec's Phase 1, I think. I don't know if it marries up perfectly with what you all provided in the request for information, but I really think we need to clarify all that, make sure our Division of Oil and Gas knows what's out there, and make sure these get properly addressed. That said, what about mineral rights, Mr. Hazel? Something I always worry about. If the mineral rights are severed, that's great. If they're not, I mean, somebody could come back in and drill another well if they wanted to. What's your testimony regarding that?
I'm not familiar with how mineral rights are handled in our leases. I would have to pass that question off.
Who would be the one to ask that?
I'd like to defer to Aaron Caldell.
Okay. All right, we'll ask him when he provides his testimony. Can you speak to the clearing of vegetation?
Are you referring to the clearing that was referenced earlier in the hearing?
The 220 acres of trees.
Oh, yes.
How will the volume of debris be reduced? What's y'all's plan for that?
The EPC will determine the final plan. Again, I can speak based on my experience.
I mean, have you dealt with this before?
With
how
tree
that was done
clearing,
on
yes.
previous project? Yeah. What did y'all do in previous ones?
Quality timber was harvested, removed from the site. Stumping and grubbing was completed. We used the slash and the stumps for mulch to stabilize the field while construction activities took place.
No burning?
I'm not saying that burning wouldn't be complete, but I've not been part of a project that's burn slash historically. Again, that would be for the final owner operator and EPC to determine the best plan.
Will that plan be, when will that plan be available?
If we're lucky enough to receive approval, then the project will then be marketed, sold, financing will be put in place, and once the project has secured financing, an EPC would be hired to design and procure materials.
Environmental plan consultant, is that an EPC?
Engineering and procurement and construction.
I got all three wrong.
You were close.
Engineering, procurement, and construction. Gotcha.
Industry term. Apologies.
No worries.
I think that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary. Do you have questions, Mr. Gum?
Madam Chair, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hammack?
Yeah, I have a few questions here, and mostly I just want to kind of, for public education is really why I'm going to ask these things. And if I get into a field where you can't hypothesize, that's completely okay. Just let me know.
Understood.
I want to take advantage of kind of your experience being out in the field. So roughly how much experience how many years of experience have you had in the solar industry?
Over the past 20 years, I've designed and installed and operated these types of facilities. I've done everything from module mounting to wire pulling to inverter operations.
Okay, great. One of the things kind of I can understand through public comment that's kind of a concern is, the EPC will have a lot of control in deciding what kind of products they're going to use here.
Mhm.
So I just wanted to use kind of your experience in the industry to ask these basically, only like 2 questions. In your experience, does the resiliency of a solar panel differ widely in the market, or are they all kind of more or less similar in their strength at this point?
I would say that they're similar. Some are certainly better than others, but they're all adhere to the standards that are required to manufacture them.
Okay. And there's a lot of interest in public comment about toxicity of panels, kind of what they're made of. Is the kind of toxicity that the public is concerned about, would that vary widely based on the kinds of panels in the market, or are they all more or less the same as well?
There are a few different types of technology. The vast majority that's used in the United States is crystalline silicon. There is another type that's, while not the primary use, but a thin film module that's, the components are cadmium telluride, and I believe that was mentioned earlier today, so I can speak to that if you'd like.
Yeah, please.
I've done work with a company who makes CAD-TEL modules for solar, large American operation, been in business for many, many years. They have a great recycling program. I've been part of one project in Colorado where there was a storm and some modules were broken, and those modules were taken and recycled, and the project was refitted with new modules. So I had that experience. I'm not a chemical engineer, I'm not a chemist, but my understanding of reading the First Solar literature is that cadmium telluride is a very stable compound. The way that I associate that is with table salt. Table salt is sodium chloride. Very stable compound. Sodium on its own, if you mix sodium with water, you get a very, very violent reaction. Nobody's afraid of sodium chloride, but you should have caution when dealing with pure sodium. In the same way that cadmium can be considered a carcinogen, cadmium telluride can be considered very safe. Again, I'm not a chemical engineer.
All right, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll follow up on that just a second before I go to the other commissioners. So you're saying it's the telluride when add to the cadmium, that compound together is much safer than cadmium alone.
Correct.
In the same way that sodium would be dangerous, but sodium chloride, which we consider table salt, or is equivalent to table salt, is not dangerous because of the way chloride was added to the sodium.
Correct.
Not a chemist either, but, okay, but I understood that.
It's an easy way for me to understand it as someone who deals with the components. And so that's the explanation that I like to share when people have fears.
Okay, Commissioner Witt.
I was going to ask you a couple of questions. You mentioned that there were going to be 2 employees on site. Is that right?
That's right.
Can you tell what the purpose of those employees is, or what job they will be doing while they're there?
Making sure the site is operating as it's intended. And the project is sole purpose is to create electricity. In order to do so, everything has to be functioning. So the modules have to be working, the inverters have to be working, the grass has to be maintained so that it doesn't block the solar panels. So that's their job, to make sure that it's operating as it's supposed to, and whatever work needs to take place in order to do that, that's what they do on a day-to-day basis.
Is that going to be up to your company, or is it going to be up to the company that would purchase the project eventually?
Similar to the way that a long-term owner-operator hires an EPC to construct the facility, they'll hire an O&M facility to maintain it. A lot of O&M facilities are rolled up into the long-term owner-operator, but that's not necessarily the case. Could be a separate company.
Can you tell me what, in terms of physical facilities, physical improvements to the land, what we're looking at there in terms of panels, inverters, sheds, substations, things like that. Can you give me a brief rundown of what improvements would be affixed to the property?
So the components of a facility?
Yes.
Foundations are typically I-beams or H-piles driven directly into the ground. Lightweight steel and aluminum racking is bolted to the H-piles. That supports the solar modules, and then the solar modules are wired together to the ends of those rows of solar panels. Underground wiring is used to connect the solar panels to the inverters. The inverters can either be mounted on a concrete pad, or they can be supported by piers, H-piles as well. The inverters convert the DC electricity that comes from the solar panels to AC electricity. That AC electricity is collected from the inverters and its adjacent transformers and brought to the project collection substation. And that's where the AC voltage is stepped up to meet the EKPC 69 kV substation. At the project collection substation, there's typically an O&M building. Most of them are 40 feet by 60 feet, pole barn structure.
Okay, so there's only going to be one substation?
That's correct.
I thought that I'd heard you mention two before, and I wasn't sure if there was a subtlety or whether there was just one collection station, but you said it's just the one, right?
The project will own and operate its collection system, its collection substation. It will be adjacent to the existing Bon Air EKPC substation. So that's how we're getting to two. One's already there and one's going to be built for the project.
And who will own the land where the substation is located?
The project has a lease similar to where the solar panels are going to be located. So we'll have a lease for that project collection substation. That will be decommissioned as well at the end of the project's life.
So EKP doesn't demand that they own the land under the substation?
Not in the situation where you're connecting directly to their substation. If you were to connect mid-circuit or in between two substations, where we would then have to have EKPC build a switching station, we would most likely have to deed that to them. That's not what we're doing with this project.
Okay, very well. And thank you for your answer about the components of the solar panels. We hear that question a lot, and as far as I know, you're the first person to directly answer about cadmium telluride.
Sorry I couldn't be here sooner.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, and thank you for asking the question more artfully than I asked Ms. Garsick. But to follow up on that, does the toxicity level depend on where the solar panel is made? If it's overseas or if it's made in the U.S.?
No.
So it's the same?
Yes. They all have to adhere to the same standard to be used in the U.S. So the manufacturers that are making modules to be used in the U.S. will have to follow the guidelines set by the United States.
Okay. And if the panels are damaged and are most of them recycled to be reused, or do you get into a supply chain issue where the panels are back ordered and you'd have to wait?
We're talking about the waste end of life of the solar panel?
Yeah.
I've seen them recycled or in a landfill, both ways. Yeah.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Sure.
So for the level of solar panels, to follow up on that question, that are used in these commercial farms, have we seen any that have gotten to the end of their 30 to 40 year life or 20 to 40 year life so that we see what happens? Have we decommissioned any?
Not with GeneX, but I've decommissioned 2 solar facilities.
Okay, so you've been involved in solar facilities that have reached the end of their useful life and been decommissioned?
Yes.
Okay, I think that might be a first for us as well, that we've gotten to question someone who's actually decommissioned one. What state? What state?
Colorado and Pennsylvania.
Okay. Did they have similar requirements for siting and decommissioning as Kentucky?
No.
How were they different?
No decommissioning was required. This was voluntary by the project owner. The inherent scrap value of the solar facility warrants to decommission them. There's valuable materials, copper, aluminum, so it makes sense to decommission it. The bond that is being put in place for the project is solely to ensure that, the Barron County would be covered in the event that there was difficulty for the project owner to decommission on their own.
Okay, so for those projects in Colorado and Pennsylvania that were done long enough ago, that there weren't any requirements then, or there still aren't in those states, to your knowledge?
There are requirements for new projects in those states now.
Okay, and in those states where you've decommissioned, did you also remove underground components?
Yes.
Okay. Voluntarily because they had scrap value and because maybe your lease required it?
No.
Okay.
The copper, the most valuable component, that's underground.
Right. Okay, makes sense. Okay, so I tried to mark every time somebody said Steve Hazel. Let me see if we've gotten to all of it. I take a lot of notes. All right, do you know how long they'll be pile driving?
Most likely, if I had to guess, approximately 2 months.
Okay.
And
so-
that would be for the entire facility. Could take longer if they used less machines, could be faster if they use more machines, but it's not done for that entire period of time.
Not for the year and a half?
entire project footprint.
Okay.
It's parcel by parcel.
Pile driving is the noisiest.
I would agree with that.
And to the extent that there may be a funeral happening or church happening or other church events, I know that previous witnesses have committed to communicating with that church. How long are the other really noisy components? Not as noisy as pile driving, but like the construction.
After the pile driving, the most noise is deliveries, so
Okay.
trucks on the roads.
Okay. Is that fairly simple to coordinate? Like, I'm picturing just unloading trucks would be noisy, dumping large components and things like that.
Forklifts, beeping.
Okay, so could those deliveries also be coordinated to the extent possible with church activities?
Absolutely.
Okay. I don't think there's a school close to this facility, is there?
I'm not the right person to ask about that.
All right. Are you the best person to talk about the PJMQ?
Yes.
Okay. You have a place in the queue?
For this project?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
How long ago did you have to apply?
The initial application was in 2020.
So you've been in the queue since 2020?
Yes.
And it's gone from the serial project approval to the cluster project approval. Did that change your place in the queue or help it or hurt it?
We maintain the same project identifiers, so queue position AG1070 and 071. I mean, it hurt to wait this long. We would have liked to have been operational.
Right. So from the time you apply for siting board approval, we have 6 months. We have 180 days to approve you.
Okay.
But you've been in, so our 6 months is gonna be up and we're gonna get our order out in time. But you've been developing this project and waiting to get it approved for various other steps before you got to us since 2020.
That's correct. Development started prior to the PJM application.
Okay. And that place in the PJMQ is valuable, right?
You don't have a project without it.
Okay. But that's part of your marketing, is that you have this PJM, and then also assuming you've got siting board approval, you would take your place in the queue and the siting board approval, and that's what you market.
That would de-risk a project to the extent that it can be invested in. And then it would move to the next step of engineering and procurement.
Okay. But this is by no means the last step.
No,
There's engineering, there's procurement, there's various other levels beyond this approval.
that's correct.
And I think that's something that the general public does not understand. Would you agree in other engagement with public entities and in places where you have to get siting approval, that a lot of people think that's the final step. And you don't have to answer that, I'm asking you to speculate, but,
I'm sure that the multi-step approval process can be opaque for the layperson. You know, it's a significant investment in time, resources, energy, money to get to this point.
and beyond this point.
Correct.
So, I mean, it's something that we could communicate better in our press releases, et cetera, but also, maybe development companies could do a little better at communicating the multi-level steps and when you reach out to the public. Would you agree with that?
There's always room for improvement.
Okay. And regarding Deputy Secretary's questions about the plugging affidavits and making sure that any oil wells or gas wells that are on the property get plugged, can your company commit to contacting the EEC and working with them to make sure that happens?
Yes.
Are you the right person to commit?
I am the right person to convey that we will commit to do
Okay.
that.
All right, I think that's all the questions I have. Any further from the commissioners or ad hoc commissioners? All right, redirect?
Yeah, just one or two. Mr. Hayes, there was a question earlier during your testimony about the distance of the substation, the EKPZ substation from the project substation. Is there a transmission line, a 69 kV transmission line proposed as part of this project?
That's correct.
And what is the approximate distance of that line?
We estimate it'll be about 500 feet.
And that runs from the project substation to the EKPC substation?
That's correct.
And that's not a fence to fence, right? That's somewhere from within the substation to somewhere within the EKPC substation?
That's correct.
Okay, so in terms of roughing estimate, it's for sure the approximate 500 feet plus or minus whatever the distance of the fence is, subtracted from the line length. Is that roughly right?
That's a fair assumption,
I
yes.
mean, that wasn't a great question, I'll admit that, but I guess my point is it safe to assume that the transmission line is from one substation to the other, and so that's roughly gonna be the distance of the substations?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you for tolerating my bad question. Thank you, Chairman.
Sure. Recross from staff? No recross? Okay. Anything else? Anything else? Any reason this witness couldn't be excused? Staff, any reason this witness couldn't be excused? All right, sir, you're excused. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
We're going to take another quick break. We've had a request for that. And I'm going to limit it to 10 minutes, and I'm going to limit myself. And I'm going to get back here by 2 minutes after 4, because we still have 4 more witnesses to get through today.
Thank you.
In case number 2024-00337, application of Wood Duck Solar, and we are ready for you to call your next witness, counsel.
Yes, my next witness is Chad Martin.
And while he's coming to the bench, I want to go ahead and just say something for the record, for the folks who are here from the public comment. We did receive a document or series of documents from, that was purported to be from the Amish community that has not been put into the record. And the reason is that when we had the public comment hearing, and I'm sorry that you're just standing there, just one second. There were a couple of folks from the Amish community who said that they weren't permitted by their religious convictions to speak in public or have their names associated with things. So we just wanted to be very careful with the thing that was submitted, that we were not violating anyone's religious convictions. So if we could have someone submit a statement or anything that clears that up for us, we didn't want to just put something into the public record that violated someone's religious convictions that we don't understand, and we were just being careful. So if you're in contact with the folks, if anyone here is in contact with the folks from the Amish community, if they would just submit something to us that says, we wish this to be put in the public record, then we'd be okay.
As long as the commission has access to it, I think that is sufficient. But along with that stack was also 11 letters from adjoining landowners, and those letters have not also been added into the
Okay,
record.
and if they were in the same,
I mean, it was one big packet, because
Okay.
now a million multiples.
you're mailing them, so I am talking to the right person. Would you look at those and make sure those 11 letters are put in? All right. We just wanted to be very careful with that issue.
Those are 11 adjoining landowners who you heard.
Okay, and this is on, this is being aired simultaneously on our YouTube channel, but is available for later for people to look at. And if anyone who's looking at this knows how to make sure that those are submitted and submitted properly, I'm making a plea, I guess, to the public to make sure that that happens if that's the intention. Okay, so would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address, please.
Chad Martin, 1455 Meadowbridge Drive, Greenwood, Arkansas. Stantec Consulting Services, and I'm a senior principal.
Okay, go ahead, Counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, what was your role in preparing materials for this application?
I oversaw or helped prepare, I'm going to say, a majority of the reports that are in the submittal, mostly natural resources.
Is there anything in the record that you'd like to amend, clarify, or update at this time?
Not right now. I think we're going to hit on a couple of these with these answers and questions, so we'll just wait till they come.
Okay, I'll try and run through a handful of these. I'm confident that I missed a couple, though. There was a question about the height of vegetation, both at the time it's planted and at the time that it's fully grown. Can you speak to those two heights?
Sure. So time of planting is expected to be between 4 and 6 feet. Height at maturity. Maturity is an interesting word there, right? Maturity on age, maturity on girth. So we're assuming a good height of 15 feet. They grow 1 to 3 feet a year. So we're expecting what I'm calling maturity within 5 to 7 years.
There was a question about endangered species within the project. Are you the right person to ask about that?
I am.
Has there been any indication that endangered species do reside within the project?
We have not completed presence-absence surveys specifically, but we do know, as Mr. Lyons alluded to, we are in swarming 2 habitat for the Indiana bat.
So what research, I guess, on the potential for endangered species has been conducted to this point?
To date, we completed stream and wetland assessments on the property. During those surveys, we also look at potential habitat for listed species. That documentation exists within the critical issues analysis. That is then given to the developer to hopefully plan their project around.
And what further, I guess, research or steps would be taken regarding wildlife on the project prior to construction?
Our key piece of consultation is with U.S. Fish and Wildlife for the endangered bats. There's northern long-eared bat and the Indiana bat, and the gray bat. 2 endangered, 1 threatened. We know anytime we have forested habitat in a critical area, in this case swarming 2, we know we assume habitat, right? There's no reason to go out and do necessarily presence absence surveys at that time, because we're going to assume that that habitat is within swarming. They're swarming 1 and they're swarming 2. Swarming 1 is within 10 miles of a high quality habitat. And by high quality, they label it as P1, P2. Swarming 2, which is what we're in, is within 5 miles of a lesser quality habitat, and they label that as P3 or P4. In this case, it's the caves at the park that harbored the bats, obviously, for hibernacular.
It's the caves, you said?
Yes,
The
they'll
caves.
overwinter in the caves.
Okay.
And there's a known population there, and that's why we know we're within that swarming 2.
Swarming 2.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're within 5 miles of Mammoth Cave or a cave system?
The qualification for swarming 2 is you are within 5 miles of a P3-4 habitat. To simplify it, you're within 5 miles of a cave that's known to have some population of bats.
And Mammoth Cave is mammoth. It's huge. And I imagine that it's all part of a cave system, and you're within 5 miles of some part of that cave system.
Correct. Of, let's call it an escape patch, right? Of where
Gotcha.
they come out.
Okay.
And that's where they get the swarming
Oh,
lingo from.
Okay. Sorry, counsel.
There was also questions about karst areas. Are you the right person to ask about karst areas?
Yes.
So are there a known number of karst areas in the vicinity of the project?
There are, I didn't do the original, or Stantec did not do the original surveys, but I believe it was Terracon, another consultant, did pretty specific surveys. They used either GPR or electromagnetic surveys, where basically they're running wires over high probable areas, and they're able to map the type of karst feature that is there, the depth, rock, substrate, etc. That actually gives us a better idea of really what's there, so that we can buffer it, put on the proper buffer of 50 foot, which we have. So they've avoided every karst feature with the design as a result of that report.
Is that level of karst investigation typical for projects in Kentucky?
That's a little bit, at this stage, it's a little bit above, I think, what is normally done. A lot of times you can do it through aerial photography, LiDAR, infrared, tabletop exercises, but to go out into the field and do a more of a electromagnetic type survey is going is a step further.
What does GPR stand for?
Oh,
I was gonna take a
It
stab
was-
at it, but I was wrong at
it
all
will come
3
to me in a
letters last time
second.
I tried.
Is it ground
I'm
penetrating?
thinking
ground penetrating
not
radar.
global positioning.
Thank you.
Ground penetrating, okay, radar?
Yes, radar. Just to establish that you've got experience here in Kentucky, roughly how many projects have you worked on in Kentucky?
In Kentucky, I'd say around 8 to 10.
There was a question about a woman who commented at the beginning today and submitted a comment into the record about her house was not identified on the noise study. Are you the right person to speak to that?
I am.
Can you speak to, I guess, where her house is located, or where it is on the study, or I guess what the situation with that is?
Yes, cross-referencing that address that she gave this morning, or earlier today, it is receptor number 39 on the noise, on the most recent noise table that was submitted and map. It is not within the shaded yellow area. There's actually a little notch in there. If you zoom in, it's hard to see. But we do have it mislabeled as a participating landowner, and it would be a non-participating landowner. And that house is roughly, I think it was 791 feet from the nearest panels.
But SR 39 is her house, is that correct?
Yes, R39 on the map
Okay.
on the table.
Thank you.
791 feet from the panels?
Panels.
Okay.
I believe that's all the questions for you that I caught in my notes. With that, I'll tend to the witness.
Okay, staff.
I think that I have one related to the water storage tanks left. Are you the correct person for that one?
I could be. I didn't catch the question the first time around, but
Okay. Basically, one of the public comments mentioned several of the above-ground water storage tanks were proposed as part of the project. Could you tell us how many above-ground water storage tanks you all were proposing?
I honestly don't know of any
Okay.
that I remember on the plans. Any water for dust abatement would be via water trucks.
Okay. And would you be able to confirm that as a post-hearing data request, just so that we're for sure that there's none?
Sure.
Okay.
Would you mind identifying where in the record you saw that there were water tanks, just so that?
It was just mentioned in a public comment that it had come up at a meeting.
Oh, okay.
So that's the only reason I'm asking
Gotcha.
about it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. As for post-hearing data request, we also, I don't think, see the Terracon report in the record. Would you all be able to provide that as a post-hearing data request?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think that I have a few other questions that were referred to you that Mr. Dutton had not mentioned yet. The mesh coating on the fence was one of them. Do you all intend to put any type of coating or sheeting on the fence at all?
When you say mesh coating, you mean like a screening?
Yes, like a screening.
Yes, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then I know that some of the vegetation questions were hit on, but the one that wasn't was about the 2 acres of native pollinators. Do you all intend to plant the 2 acres of native pollinators as part of the vegetation plan?
Yes, they are committed to that, and I believe it is in the landscape plan.
Would you all, I know that there has been mention, I think, in the public comments that there is possibly some vegetation proposed as part of the landscape plan that would not be native to Kentucky. Would the companies commit to only planting things that were native to Kentucky as
Yes.
part of the landscape plan? Okay. One of the other items that was mentioned in at least one of the public comments was about dust mitigation. Obviously, the company's committed to mitigating dust during the construction period. Can you talk a little bit more about what that actually entails?
So it'll be monitored by the EPC. They'll usually have 1 or 2 trucks on site. And they're gonna be used as needed, right? Wind speed, they're gonna be monitoring wind speed, monitoring the weather. Is it gonna rain? Has it been dry for a week? So they're gonna be used in specific areas of high activity. They'll focus their attention in those areas that are being used the most.
Do you intend to use any sort of methods that would involve chemicals?
No.
I think that is all. Oh, I think the last thing that was referred to you was the distance to the closest non-participating receptor.
189 feet.
189 feet, and that is the receptor to the panel, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think we may have a couple more with that amendment to her identifier questions related solely to distance and a post-hearing data request, but it wouldn't be anything out of the ordinary. That's all staff has.
Okay. And so let's move to those participating virtually. Deputy Secretary Lyons, do you have questions for this witness?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Martin. I think you probably hate to see my questions. So I'm going to try not to repeat anything that's already been asked. It's kind of confusing since we jumped around with each witness. Bear with me as I kind of go through this. Let's see here. So you did speak to the karst issue, and I would say I did see the Terracon report in the record, just so everybody knows. There were 83 identified features. Did you state what the setback would be from those features?
I believe it's 50 feet.
Is that what you're all going to employ, 50 feet setback?
Correct.
Okay. Let's see here. Mr. Martin, you spoke pretty in-depthly about the Indiana bat. I wanted to get into it just a little bit more. We don't have to get too far down the weeds because it is rather complicated. But I'm sure you're familiar with the conservation multiplier table that just recently came out. And what I'm trying to get to here is it's not just a matter of clearing vegetation that could be summer roosting areas for Indiana bats, but to do so based on this chart and based on the fact that you said it's a swarming to area, there are multiplying factors based on a cost per acre of the trees removed. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Do you know what that cost is currently?
Not off the top
Per
of my
acre.
head. We just completed it for another project.
Well, I'll help you out. It's $5,300 an acre.
Thank you.
And this being a swarming to area, the multiplying factor depends on when you would remove trees for the project, correct?
Correct.
When would the intention of removing trees be done
Our
in this
focus would
case?
be the fall, winter period.
November 16th through March 31st?
Correct.
Does that probably sound right?
It sounds right.
So that's when they're hibernating. And the multiplying factor here would be 1. So essentially, it's going to be $5,300 an acre. I did the calculation, notwithstanding the 107 acres that identified that had already been cleared, and depending on termination on that, that's, I think, around $1.2 million an acre. Does that sound right?
It does.
I mean, $1.2 million for the entire project.
Correct.
Is that a high dollar amount to be paid to the IBCF, or have you seen higher ones paid in the past?
I haven't seen higher. I think that's going to make us look at that development plan and try to focus on whether we can minimize that impact as much as practical. I do believe this project may be slightly overbuilt, so there could be some wiggle room in that forested area to potentially decrease panels. And that's the overall, I think, strategy behind it.
And the option would be either to pay that based on the acreage removed, or to actually do surveys to determine whether there's any Indiana bats present. Is that correct?
I'm not 100% sure on that. We could do presence absence. I fully expect we would find them being 2.5 miles, basically, from the wooded part of the park. Indiana bat are known to forage about 2.5 miles. The northern part of our project is right at about 2.5 miles. So I fully expect we would probably capture 1 or 2. The fact that that area is demarcated as swarming to by the service I think we may be already tied to that regardless.
Yeah, okay. That's a good point. Will there have to be further consultation done with U.S. Fish and Wildlife on this?
Definitely, yes.
Okay. Do you know when that will take place?
Obviously, if the project goes forward, we will then sharpen the pencil even more and look at actual impacts, do a GIS analysis of what an exact number of forested impact, and then we would take that forward to the service.
I don't think a lot of people appreciate the involvement of doing what you just explained in terms of absence presence. I did that earlier this summer. It's been a very long night trying to capture an Indiana bat in an area just like this. And I think our folks ended up spending about 15 different nights out there and finally caught one. So it's a large endeavor and an expensive endeavor. Okay, thank you for kind of going into that a little bit just for everybody, because it is very involved.
Deputy Secretary, I just have to know, is that in your job description?
Well, I did it for fun, to be honest with you. I always wanted to do it, and I did it. So. Moving on to stream issues, Mr. Martin. I think I read in the record that you all have just recently submitted a jurisdictional determination to the Corps, maybe on back in August, I think. Is that correct?
I
Does
believe
that sound
we
right?
have, yes.
So your all's wetland delineation identified 83 wetlands, 72 streams, basically 71 streams and 67 wetlands that drain to the Sinking Creek, Garner Creek area, which is the northern part of the project, which then drains to Mammoth Cave. Can you tell me in general what kind of precautions would be taken to protect basically erosion from entering those water bodies?
Sure. So all those streams currently, as the project is designed, have a buffer on them. I think it's anywhere from 25 feet, and I think for Sinking Creek it may be even up to 50 feet in some of those areas. So an undisturbed riparian area, ground cover will not be impacted, so you'll have that nice buffer between the project and the stream. During project construction, and required by Kentucky, the state of Kentucky, through the stormwater construction permit, we're going to have BMPs in place. This could be silt socks, silt fence, hay bales, etc., that are going to further reduce erosion into those areas.
And that's just a typical stormwater management plan, is that correct?
That's typical, yes.
Yeah. I wanted to go back to the consultation with Mammoth Cave officials. I finally found what I was looking for, and Madam Chair, that's why I don't join you all in your all's lovely presence down there, because I got 2 monitors going and all kinds of documentation pulled up. I did find a letter from April 15th from Department of Interior, Barclay Trimble, the superintendent at Mammoth Cave. In essence, he stated in that letter at the end, since these questions remain unanswered after multiple attempts to have dialogue with Gen X over the past several months, the MPS is choosing to speak out in opposition of this project and requesting the board to consider environmental protection of these endangered species when debating the merits of this project. Obviously, the cave shrimp probably is the most specific one they're talking to there. Now, that was followed up in June, July with the emails that we discussed a little earlier. But again, I see no confirmation from the Department of Interior that they now agree with whatever measures that Gen X is going to take, or Wood Duck is going to employ, that they agree that they're okay with this project. Do you know of any documentation that I'm speaking to that would give that confirmation?
I do not.
Madam Chair, I'm not going to be comfortable until we see that documentation from the Department of Interior, so I just wanted to put that out there for the record. Okay, 100-year floodplain. I noticed there was 88.66 acres of the project in the 100-year floodplain. What's the plan for that, Mr. Martin?
I don't believe we have any infrastructure within the 100-year floodplain.
Okay. I figured that. I just had to ask. Can you speak to cultural survey?
I can, yes.
I saw the documentation. I don't remember if it was from Stantec or who it was from. That SHPO, the State Historic Properties, would require a Phase 1 survey.
If we were going to impact any historical features, which we are not.
Okay, all right, gotcha. My last question, Mr. Martin, is regarding the native pollinators. We just, in the past, in all these projects, we've required 2 acres of native pollinators. And I don't know if you can speak to this or not. I did consult with our nature preserve folks. I think this area may be area that encompassed historic prairie species. And this is just a request rather than a question. Rather than native pollinators, which, that could be anything, maybe not conducive to this area, there may be better species situated or suited for this area. I would just like wood duck to explore that with our nature preserve folks to see if there's better suited species rather than just a typical mix of native pollinators. And that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Anything from you, Mr. Gum?
Madam Chair, I do not have anything. Thank you.
Okay. And Commissioner Wood. Oh, sorry, Jansen.
I don't have questions for this witness.
Mr.
thank
Hammock.
you. I'm not particular.
Commissioner Wood.
No questions.
Commissioner Reagan.
Just one quick, and I'm looking at the responses, the final responses to the RFI, and this has to do with the Glasgow Municipal Airport and the community hospital. And are you the right person?
Yes.
Okay. It says that TJ Sampson Community Hospital is predicted not to have glare from the projects for pilots approaching either runway or helicopters hovering over the helipad. What does the word predicted mean?
So it's modeling.
It's modeling.
It's computer software.
Okay.
They're looking at angles of panels, where the sun is 365 days out of the year, at a 6 and 16-foot level viewing, and it's modeled. And so it's a predictive model that tells us what kind and or how much, right? For how long of a time and how severe is it?
And if for some reason that changed, could the panel be moved not to have glare, or if there, could something be done so it didn't?
Well, I mean, I think it would depend on how much glare, the type of glare. I mean, the idea in the industry is green is good, green, it's never good, but green is good, yellow not so good, red is bad, right? I think in this instance, we only have green glare, and it's for very short increments. We're talking 5-10 minutes in a certain week of October. It's very small fragments, right? And so even if you're driving down the road at that particular point in time in October, in the morning of October, you might catch 1 second glare, right? You might get that off the farm pond down the road as well. So Is there something you could do if there was some severity to it, or we had a residence that was going to have an established amount of glare? Sure, maybe. I've worked with other developers where potentially we could find a mechanism to delay the tilt of the panel for a couple seconds, and then it catches back up. So you're going to move through that period of glare quicker. And so you could mitigate it looking at things like that.
Okay.
And short answer is we're going to plant trees, and that should negate almost all of it.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any questions. All mine got answered. Anything else from the commission? Redirect?
I don't have any redirect, but I do have sort of an unusual request, if I may. In anticipation of a post-hearing data request regarding the National Park Service, I would love to ask the board or Deputy Secretary Lyons' assistance in getting a response from the National Park Service. The only two people that were in that meeting on behalf of the project are me and a woman that no longer works for the project, so I don't have anyone to put up to testify on that. I can't testify as their counsel. We have made numerous requests to them to respond to emails, to follow-up letter, anything, and we have gotten nothing. I mean, I can tell you what they said verbally in the meeting, but that's not evidentiary value. So if you could help us get some response from the National Park Service, if that's what you're looking for, Deputy Secretary, that would be excellent, because we have tried, but unsuccessfully, to get a response from the Park Service.
And the federal government is shut down now.
Yes, ma'am. That does not help us.
Would you have any method of getting a response, Deputy Secretary, or any suggestions there?
Well, I can always pick up the phone, but I don't know how appropriate that is, Madam Chair. I guess I would defer to staff attorneys about
Yeah.
a board member requesting information. I don't know. That's just
a member
my.
of an adjudicatory body reaching out
Yeah.
and soliciting evidence, maybe not.
Yeah.
Is it required, or it's just something that would make you comfortable?
Well, it would certainly make me, I don't know that it's required necessarily, but it is a threatened and endangered species. I would really like the Park Service's concurrence that they think the measures that the developer is taking will protect the habitat down there. It's the only place in the world that this crustacean, is found. I would hate to be the one that signed off on a project that did some detrimental effects to it.
Yeah, we've had numerous projects with bats, such that we have to wonder how endangered they are if they're everywhere. But, and I did not mean that as crass as it sounded. I apologize for that. But these shrimp we have not heard anywhere else.
Yeah, we talked in depth about it, and I think the email that I put into the record reflects that, but I personally sent about a half dozen emails trying to get them to respond, Deputy Secretary, to my original email summarizing the meeting with no success. So I don't know that I'm gonna have success following this hearing, getting them to respond.
Well, I think it's something, Madam Chair, maybe it's something we should take up in post-hearing
Okay.
Meeting and discuss what we can and can't do. I'd hate to commit to anything on my part. I pick up the phone every day, and I don't know those folks down there personally, but
Yeah.
I have dealt with them before.
Well, we'll talk about how we might be able to answer your question now.
Yeah, we appreciate that, and I'll be surprised if they disagree with the email. If so, we would have wanted to know it before this hearing, so we could have done something about it. But yeah, I don't know what else to do in terms of getting them to respond. Thank you all for the sort of unusual request.
Yeah. Anything further from this witness? Okay. Thank you, sir. You're excused. And call your next witness, please.
Yes, our next witness is Rich Kirkland.
Mr. Kirkland, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please tell us your full name and business address.
Richard Kirkland, 9408 Northfield Court, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Counsel.
Mr. Kirkland, did you assist in preparing materials for this application?
I did.
And what were those?
I completed a property value impact analysis.
And is there anything in the record that you want to update, clarify, or modify at this time?
The only thing on the report specifically to update is my credentials. I received the ARA designation from the American Society of Farm Managers and Rural Appraisers since completing that report. And I believe that there was some supplemental material that we submitted as part of the request.
Yep, and that's in the record. Okay, thank you. I'll turn to the witness.
Okay, staff?
Thank you. Mr. Kirkland, I know that this is not the first time you've appeared before the siting board. This project in particular has several residential neighborhoods, I believe at least 8 in the vicinity of the proposed project site. Have you ever evaluated a project for property values with that many neighborhoods in the vicinity?
We've looked at numerous projects where there was numerous adjoining projects like that. I would point specifically to, say, Spotsylvania, Virginia, which is in this report. You can look at the adjoining subdivisions there as well.
What about here in Kentucky?
I'd have to look through, just find specific examples if you'd like, but happy to do so.
There isn't one that jumps out as comparable to this particular project.
Again, we have a number of them that have, in Kentucky and adjoining states, where we have subdivisions on at least one side, whether they're around it. I guess there's a smaller project at Walton 2. You can see that on page 50 of the report.
You would agree this is one of the bigger projects?
Yeah,
you've
this is.
evaluated?
And that's, the larger projects are more likely to adjoin multiple subdivisions.
That's all I have.
Okay. And then moving to Deputy Secretary Lyons, do you have questions for this witness?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gum?
No, Madam Chair, I do not.
Okay, and Mr. Hammack?
I do not.
Commissioner Wood?
No questions.
Commissioner Regan?
I don't.
I do. Okay, so in the public comment hearing that we had in Barron County, there was someone who talked about a study, they called it a Wyoming study, where they found that when solar panels had been installed in an area in North Carolina, they saw an 8.7% reduction in property value, and home sales decreased by 6%. And I don't know whether you're familiar with that study at all, but I'm going to ask you whether you know anything about this Wyoming study.
I am not familiar with the Wyoming study. I'm familiar with a lot of different studies. That's not one I know, but they looked at properties in North Carolina, is what
Yeah,
you're
that
saying?
was the way I understood it. Now, it was a public comment hearing, and these are my notes from a month or more ago, so.
All I can say is that the North Carolina is my home state, and so that's where the bulk of our research is. That is not consistent with our findings in North Carolina, and
Okay.
we have substantial data in North Carolina to show that sales are progressing just fine. New subdivisions are being built next to existing solar projects throughout the state. And in fact, brokers are often advertising that as an advantage in North Carolina because there won't be future subdivision development behind those homes.
Okay. I think that's the only question I had for this witness. Is there anything further from the commissioners? Okay. Any redirect?
No.
In that case, no cross. Any reason this witness couldn't be excused? Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rich.
And call your next witness.
Yes, my next witness is Aaron Caudle. I gotta go back to my notes.
Hello, Mr. Cottle. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
Aaron Cottle, address is 1000 Music City Boulevard, Music Factory Boulevard, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Caudle, a couple of questions that have come up today, I think were deferred to you. Is there anything on the property other than the 2 mobile homes that were indicated that will be moved or demolished prior to construction?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Have any of the leases been fully executed, or do these remain lease options?
These are fully executed leases.
Okay, they are fully executed. Do you know when they were fully executed?
The last lease executed was in 2023.
Okay. Let's see. Are you the right person to ask about mineral rights?
I can respond.
Do you know the status of the mineral rights for the participating landowners?
I do, yes. We conducted extensive research, mineral title research, and concluded that there are no mineral severances within the project area.
Thank you. And there was a question that the commissioner raised earlier about notice and what are the requirements for notice for the project. Can you walk us through the notice requirements and what the project has endeavored to do in order to meet and or exceed those notice requirements?
Okay.
I know it's a lot, so.
It is a lot, and I may refer to the binder here. Prior to this meeting, we were required to.
And just let us know what you're looking at in the binder as you go, if you will.
Okay, this will all be found in Exhibit B. So within Exhibit B, you'll see notice of this hearing that we're at today. In the newspaper, the local Barron County Progress, I believe it is. There's also notice to each individual landowner and adjacent landowner that was submitted in the mail. And in the Exhibit B, you'll see that there's an example of the notice as well as copies of the certificates from the certified mail.
Was there any evidence of notice for the planning and zoning meeting? Do you know how that worked?
For the planning and zoning meeting, I believe we also provide, for the county notified the landowners as well, or maybe honestly, I don't want to say for sure.
Okay, that's fair.
But then our public events, you'll also see in Exhibit B the same type of newspaper ad as well as an example of the notice and also also copies of the certificates of the mailers.
And I apologize, I dove right in, so let me ask you my preliminary questions that I skipped. Who do you work for?
I work for GNEX.
And what is your title there?
Director of Land Development.
Okay, and what was your role in preparing materials for this application?
Can you repeat that?
What did you do to assist preparing materials for the application and for this case?
I guess I don't completely understand.
Did you sponsor several data responses?
Oh, for sure. Yes, absolutely.
And did you help with the preparation of the application, the original application, and those materials?
Yes.
Okay. With that, I'll tend to the witness. Thank you.
Okay, staff?
Thank you. I believe that some of the questions related to public outreach and obviously notice were passed to you. And just to follow up on some of those, I had asked earlier about outreach to the Amish community. Can you talk a little bit about what you did specifically to reach out to that particular community there?
Sure. Yeah. So in a neighbor campaign where we essentially we go door knocking for any landowner in the vicinity, meaning adjacent landowners to the project. In this activity, we did meet with two different Amish landowners, one of which basically we communicated about the project, asked for any questions, and had a discussion. With that particular discussion, the landowner asked about sheep grazing programs, and we talked about that some. That particular landowner expressed interest in participating in the project as a sheep grazer, as he was familiar with livestock. Communication there went silent for a couple years, and then that particular landowner reached out to myself and another employee of GNEX and made some threatening comments to us regarding the project. At that point, we ceased to communicate with that landowner. And my colleague also filed a report with the local officials against that particular Amish landowner. Then there was also another, within that, there was two landowners. The other was an Amish lady that had no concerns or questions really. We just kind of informed her of the project. I myself purchased some honey from this lady, and that was it.
Do you recall when those first discussions occurred?
That would have been in 2022 or 2023.
Are you aware, I believe at least one of the public comments mentioned that there was actually a school within 2,000 feet of this particular project, but it wasn't obviously a government sanctioned school and that it was an Amish community school? Are you aware of that particular activity or building there?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. Deputy Secretary Lyons, do you have questions for this witness?
Just one, Mr. Pottle. You answered the question about mineral rights. Is there anything that you would like to add regarding the discussion about the oil wells that we didn't really cover or that Mr. Hazel didn't answer?
No.
Okay. And I want to follow up with demolition of buildings. I noticed in phase one, there were countless barns and other structures. I wasn't really sure where they were all at, but am I to understand all those structures will be, won't be raised in the process?
We currently don't have any plans to raise any structures. We are aware of one particular old barn that natural causes have demolished that one. Other than that, we don't have plans currently to remove any buildings.
And there looks like there were lots of pictures of what I would call historically typical farm debris scattered about. Will those areas be cleaned up?
Sure, any debris on the site would be cleaned up to prepare for construction.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. No further questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. And Mr. Gum?
Madam Chair, I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Hammock?
Yeah, I just have two quick questions for you. And I think you maybe asked this question, but I just want to make sure if you don't give an answer, if we can ask it and post data request. But did your company give public notice before the planning and zoning meeting, or did the county give the public notice, or both?
I believe the county did, but I'd like to confirm that.
Okay. The second question is, you all held your own public information meetings after that meeting, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you all gave public notice of that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. All right. No further questions.
Okay. Commissioner Wood?
No questions.
Commissioner Regan?
And just to follow up on his questions, were you there at the public meetings?
I was.
Were you part of that?
Yes.
I think we heard today some of the public comments that people had questions that they haven't gotten answered. Is there a point person that could maybe look at those questions or answer questions for residents that have them?
Absolutely. The lead developer for this project is Aaron Garsick, and we can definitely direct those comments to Aaron.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. And I think all of my questions that I had marked as tossed to you have already been answered. So, anything further from any other commissioners? Okay. Any redirect?
I have no redirect.
All right. Any reason this witness couldn't be excused?
I'm running for the north.
Yeah, okay. You're excused, sir. Thank you. All right, and one final witness?
That's correct.
All right. Please
Dr.
call your next
Coombs.
witness. Mr. Coombs, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is, I apologize, Dr. Coombs. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address, please.
Paul Coombs. I'm a emeritus professor of economics, University of Louisville, address 3604 Trail Ridge Road, Louisville, 40241.
Okay, have a seat and cancel your mask.
Thank you. Have a seat, Dr.
Yep.
Dr. Coombs, did you prepare any of the materials for this application in this case?
I did produce a economic report. I think it's about 26 pages.
Is there anything in the report that you would like to amend, update, or modify at this time?
Not really, no.
I'll turn to the witness for further questions.
Okay, and Steph?
I think I just have one question, Dr. Coombs. If you could tell me a little bit about, at least in your response to, I believe it was staff's first request, item number 25, you've provided an initial response and a supplemental response, and your analysis was done on a 30-year economic impact. Can you tell the commission, or I'm sorry, the citing board, a little bit about how the 40-year expected life of the project would impact that economic analysis instead of 30 years?
Actually, I can't recall that. I know that we've initially looked at a 40-year tax projection, and I think my summary table, I could look at again, for the net economic impact was over 30 years. Maybe that's what you're referring to on the last page.
I think that was part of the response to.
No, it's 40 years, okay. So, so my initial or final draft report, which was this summer, looked at a 40-year horizon. And I think your question is, how does that compare to a 30-year horizon? Yeah, and I don't have it in front of me, my response, but it was basically I prorated the answers from 40 years to 30 years. And obviously, it's going to slightly lower the net economic impact, but it was not a major difference.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it, Steph? Okay, Deputy Secretary Lyons.
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
And Mr. Gum.
Madam Chair, no questions.
Okay. And Mr. Hammock, this is your area, so I'm assuming, okay.
Yes, it is. All right, Dr. Coombs.
Hey.
Once again, I'm going to kind of use this as a moment to kind of address public comment, a lot of questions people may have. I've used implant as well. There's a lot of terminology in here that I may know, but I'm going to ask you just because I want everyone to be aware of it. The first one maybe gets to Ms. Tussey's question here. I'm looking at the December 13th, 2024 draft. I know there was also, there was one before this, wasn't there? There was one done in June, perhaps, of the year prior. Is that right?
I think the first one was done in 2023.
Yes.
So,
that's correct.
and there was kind of a delay, and then the company came back and said they needed updated. So then I went back and updated all the primary data plus a new implant model. So that generated those last two reports. And I think the last one was July 25th of this year.
Okay. So that would explain kind of why some of the jobs numbers change. Like, for instance, kind of in my draft, that's what I'm seeing is jobs numbers kind of fluctuate back and forth, and it's just because you've ran the implant model over based on what the company has told you, right?
And not only that, this project was delivered to me back in 2023. Of course, we've had 2 more years of data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the Bureau of Economic Analysis, the Census Bureau, American Community Survey, all of those things. We got a couple more years of data, so I updated all the tables, the narrative, and, it slightly modifies the answers. And then, of course, we invested in a new implant model through 2023 data, and whereas before I was using a 2019 version. So, yeah, we did a lot of updating, basically. It doesn't change the basic bottom line. It simply makes it more current.
Exactly. The next question I have, and this is a bit more technical, I recall learning this was very difficult for me to grasp at first, so I'm going to ask you if you could just kind of give it in layman's terms to everybody. Job years. What is a job year, and with the metric of this, why would you use that metric specifically for a project like this rather than just saying it will generate this many jobs?
Yeah. So of course, on the construction, we called it a one-year project. And so you can calculate X number of jobs. I think it was 290-something direct jobs and some spin-off jobs. So that's what most people are used to looking at is the direct effect and the spin-off impact of construction over, say, a one-year period. But when you're looking, I was trying to summarize, in the end, 30 years worth of activity, including the maintenance jobs at the site. There's a few of those. Also included the lost farming jobs that we estimated. There were several of those. And also the positive impact of the lease payments over 30 years that would generate a few jobs on the positive side. So the best way I can come up with to summarize 30 years worth of jobs is to call it job years. So it's a job year is simply a job for a year. So my net answer, I think, was something like 500, let me just double check.
524, I believe.
Yeah, 524 job years. So you can think of that as, well, if you think of it as, if they all happened in 1 year, it'd be 520 jobs. But because they're strung out over 30 years, it's a job times a year. And then the labor income impact over 30 years was $33.8 million. So that summarizes the construction, the maintenance that happens every year, subtract out the farm losses, farm jobs and payroll losses, and add in the positive impacts of the lease payments to the landowners. So it's a common way in economics to summarize multiple years' worth of jobs and payroll.
Thank you. Going to the labor income point, a common concern people have is about the source of labor, where it comes from. With that $33.8 million of labor income in Barron County, is that labor income figure based on assuming all of that is local labor, or does it look at regardless of the source of where the labor comes from?
Oh, that's a great question, and we often get confused about it. I think I had a footnote or something in here. So the way the federal government measures jobs and payroll is on a county of place of work basis. So obviously, whoever does the construction here is going to bring in a lot of construction workers from elsewhere, these crews that move around and do this for a living. As far as I know, Kentucky, according to Bureau of Labor Statistics, we still don't have any solar installers in Kentucky. So a lot of this labor is going to come in and do a job and move on. But federal economic statisticians count jobs and payroll on the county of work. So they get counted as happening in Barron County, even though most, I don't know what percentage, but a lot of those people don't live there. So it's not local workers that are getting jobs. Now, there will be some, obviously. We've talked about this before. Likely things like fencing and landscaping, concrete. There'll be some supplies that can be bought in Glasgow that has, some suppliers there. But that's one of the reasons, and you know this from playing with Implan, that's one of the reasons that the indirect effect here with Implan is so small. The model doesn't find the things available to produce a solar farm made in the county. So that's why the multiplier effect is very low.
Exactly. And this is more of a comment, but just so people understand this, because it's a bit tricky part of it when you read this report, is that a lot of this hinges upon the EPC that we keep referring to. They will have a preference for who they hire. So what Dr. Coombs is projecting is kind of independent of that, but that will get factored into this whenever that decision is made, essentially. One of the questions I have here is, a lot of the projections you make on kind of the operations jobs here are based on this California study from 2014. And it's a bit of a tough question, but I'm just going to ask you, are there any other more recent studies or studies of other regions you think would be better to use than this one?
I keep Googling for economic studies for solar projects, and all I find are advocacy studies or sort of real high-level things, this is still the best thing I've found. I believe it's the best thing I've found. So, so I think I'm only predicting, based upon that California study, only 3 direct maintenance jobs. So I think you've already heard testimony from someone here that they're gonna have a couple people on site monitoring the electrical operations, but you've also got maintenance things like mowing the grass and keeping the weeds from growing up over the solar panels. So I don't think 3 permanent, regular annual jobs is a stretch for a project over this many hundreds of acres. But, you know, to answer your question directly, no, I haven't seen anything better. I wish I could find something more current than 2014, but it was, if you ever look at that study, you'll see it's really well done. Lots of detail, lots of accounting data, and it was over, I think, 6 different solar projects, so, yeah.
And I think you mentioned this in the report, but I just want to highlight.
Okay.
There's kind of an issue here when you try to look at this because there's not a lot of federal data tracking this in Kentucky. So it's very hard to make a projection about Kentucky specifically because the data just isn't there. There's not enough of this industry in Kentucky yet. Right?
Yes, and we also don't get the proprietary data. You know, we've discussed this 2 or 3 times. I won't repeat it. It's already in the record. So, no.
All right. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Wood?
I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Reed?
I don't, but it's nice to see you again.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions. You said that there are no solar installers in Kentucky, or solar,
Solar panel installers, there's something like 800 occupational codes that the Bureau of Labor Statistics tracks. And the last time I looked at it, for Kentucky, there was nothing listed there for solar panel installers.
is that a specific certification that someone needs to get?
You would have to ask somebody in the industry, I don't know.
Okay, so like
But it's
if,
definitely a formal, they're called occupation codes. I can't remember what the S stand.
SOC.
What's the S stand for?
Oh, standardized.
Standardized occupational codes. I don't know if there's a certification, but there's an occupational code.
yeah, so like if someone in Barron County or someone anywhere in Kentucky wanted to have that SOC designation, you're not familiar with what the requirements would be?
No, it's probably generated by surveying employers as to what their occupational mix is in different industries. That's the basis of it.
Okay.
So, and you would think with this many projects coming online, maybe our community technical colleges would start generating some folks who could, you know, supply some of these skills.
And that is what I was thinking, you know, if we're going to be talking about what value, economic value projects like this have to counties, in specific communities, that it would certainly be increased if we had solar panel installers who were native Kentuckians or now operate in Kentucky. And you were talking about how there just aren't numbers, no federal tracking data, and just no real numbers in Kentucky that we can point to. Is that due in part to the fact that although this siting board since 2019 has approved something like 43 projects, that less than 10 have been built?
And also the fact that there's a data lag of about 2 years in what the Bureau of Labor Statistics puts out. And, you know, there may be noise because of the sample size of employers. I haven't looked into it in any depth. But, I would suspect if we went back this year, that we'd start seeing it.
Okay.
Because there's been enough activity, it should start showing up.
But
So-
really, just because the siting board has approved 43 sites does not mean that's how many have been built.
That's right.
Yeah. So you don't have that much data to find
Right.
in Kentucky.
That's right.
Anything further from any members of the commission? Deputy Secretary Lyons, Mr. Gum, anything further?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
All right. Redirect.
I have no redirect, but I will note that this is Dr. Coombs' last case. He's retiring after this, so it'll be his last time at the board.
Well, you'll be missed.
It's been a pleasure. Y'all have good manners here. I appreciate it.
Manners. Listen, we don't get that many compliments. We'll take what we can get. Nobody likes us.
And you got rid of the penalty cage.
That's right.
Yeah.
That plexiglass.
With the courtroom model, we did take out the hockey penalty. All right.
Chairwoman, if I can, I'd like to recall Aaron Garzik just briefly.
Yeah? No objections? Yep. And Ms. Garzik, I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
Ms. Garzik, have you had any conversations with the local community or the local labor unions about working on this project in construction phase?
We have.
Can you sort of detail what those conversations are about using local labor?
Yeah, so we've spoken with multiple of the local labor unions about working on this project, which to us signaled that they had local workers that were able to do the work on the solar facility, which is why in our responses we answered that we would put an emphasis on local workers and local labor.
Was there any discussions about like training local labor or training programs for doing this type of work?
Very preliminary discussions. There's nothing committed, but there was an agreement drawn up. It has not been executed, but that's the level of commitment that we've taken with them.
I have no further questions.
Could I ask, do you know if any of the high schools are doing any apprenticeship programs with solar? I'm not aware of any for that code he was talking about. I just wondered if you had, no.
In Kentucky, unfortunately not. Most of my work is focused in Ohio, and there are lots of high schools that are very interested in that.
We've got a big partnership up there, right?
Yes, yeah. So, but unfortunately, I do not know
Okay.
in Kentucky.
Thanks.
Yep.
I have one quick follow-up question.
Yeah.
I'm asking you a bit to hypothesize, I guess, so I'll be careful here. One of the reasons I didn't ask this exact question is the status of that you will not, your company will not own Wood Duck whenever it is constructed.
Yep.
The emphasis on local labor, is that commitment going to stand beyond your all's ownership of the project? Will it go to the next owner, and do you believe they'll keep those commitments?
No, I understand what you're asking. Yeah. I mean, I think that was our intention, is starting that conversation so that we build those relationships so that when we sell the project, those relationships are already built, that line of communication is open. GNS's business model, typically when we sell a project, it's not just like we're like, see you later. We stick around for a little bit and help acclimate the new owner into the community and introduce them to connections like the labor unions that we've had conversations with. So yeah, it's nothing we can commit to, but it's an emphasis that we personally are committed to.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, and I didn't go the proper order this time. Staff, do you have any questions for this recall witness? Okay, and online, Deputy Secretary Lyons?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Mr. Gamm? Okay. Commissioner Wood? Commissioner
No, ma'am.
Right. And I don't have further questions either. Any reason this witness can't now be excused?
No, ma'am.
All right, now you're excused, ma'am. Thank you. All right. I don't think we had any exhibits today that need to be introduced or dealt with in any way other than the things brought forward with public comment, and those have been submitted to staff. Let's see, final order is now due, any motions at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Final order is due November 14th. If there's going to be post-hearing data requests, can you have those out by October 7th? Staff?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if they're to you by October 7th, can you respond by October 13th, Mr. Dutton?
October. Could we get a week? Could we make it October 14th?
Staff, will that give you time? You'd have still a month after that to get the order ready? Okay. Yeah, 14th is okay. We'll note that change. And if either party desires to brief, well, staff's not going to, but if applicant desires to brief, October 9th? That's 7 days post-hearing. Or,
Yeah, I think that'd be fine.
okay, if you want a brief, it's not required. No confidential record today or confidential material discussed. Okay. Comments may still be submitted to the record right up until we make our order, but obviously getting them in sooner gets some consideration. And I know that staff will take some measures to get a response from the Department of Interior. I don't know exactly what that's gonna look like, but we're gonna try to do that. We, as you can tell, read public comments, keep them coming. If you have them, we'll continue to look. And with that, if there's nothing further from anybody.
We'll follow up on the package that you were talking about that's not in the record too.
The 11
Yeah.
letters, to
Yeah.
make sure that gets submitted if they weren't intended to be part of the Amish community's responses. Okay, if nothing further, we're adjourned.